Amy Burrows and I'm here with you for this Sunday morning at Sewing Quarter. So it's lovely to have you here with us. If you're up bright and early, well done you. I hope you're tucking into some nice breakfast and a cup of tea ready for today's show. So this morning is Tools and Essentials. We've got lots of fantastic projects coming up. We've got some launches later on with Angie Attwood. We've got a brand new Quilt As You Go rug, which is something we've never had on the show before. We've also got some new Vlieseline products, and we've got this hour bag making essentials. So everything you need to make a bag, to make it look professional, to add some extra touches to it. And as you probably know, I'm a big fan of bags, so this suits me perfectly. So let's have a look at what is exactly coming up on today's show. At 8 o'clock, as I just said, is bag making essentials. So we've got handles, we've got purse clasps, we've got lots of fabrics and patterns. At 9 o'clock is the Vliesiline showcase. So we've got some brand new products from Vliesiline. Angie's going to be showing you exactly how to use those, what projects you could put them into. At 10 o'clock is Amy's Stashbuilding hour. So we've got, again, we've got some fantastic linen look with a sort of a nautical theme that I know you're going to love. And at 11 o'clock, Angie's back for Quilt As You Go. And we've got a Quilt As You Go rug that you might spy on the wall today, which is a brand new premiere. And we've got lots of fabric options for that as well. So a really exciting morning lined up, some premieres, some brand new things, and some good old favourites that we know you like to see again. So I'm looking forward to sharing those with you. And remember as well, we love you to get in touch, so you can do that via the website. If you head to the watch page and you click on the watch icon at the top of the page, just under the live feed of today's show, and there's a shopping list of everything there that we'll be selling, but also there's a message to the studio box. So get in touch if you've got any questions for Angie, if you want to see anything in particular, again, particularly in this bag making hour, lots of different products to show you, then drop us a message there, say hello, keep me company this morning, let me know what you're up to, what are you having for breakfast. And also, so that's a whole shopping list of all the products that will be on today's show. You can add those to your basket and check them out on the website. Fantastic. So, as I said, bag making essentials, we have got so many products to share with you this morning, so let's get on with it, let's crack on. So, some fantastic products, some that you will have seen before, some that you won't. Remember as well that you can email the studio, so studio@sewingquarter.com. If you want to send us a picture perhaps of a bag that you've made, that would be fantastic. Send it in and perhaps we can share it. If I don't get a chance to show it on the show, I'll always look at it afterwards. So we've got some brand new fabrics that we've never had on the show before. We're launching this morning. Let's start with those. Now my favourite one, I'm going to start with my favourite, is this gorgeous coral. It's a coral stripe, but this is what's lovely about this fabric is it's got a sort of a canvassy feel to it. It's a much thicker fabric. It's got a bit more body, a bit more weight, so it's perfect for bags. This, to me, screams beach bag because it's got that sort of nautical striped theme. You can just see, if you can just look on a close-up there, that lovely sort of reminding you of beach huts or deck chairs with this lovely sort of bright orange coral. It really is very summery. As I said, I really think that is perfect for a beach bag. So we're selling this by the ½ metre. It's cut off the bolt for you. As I said, it's a thicker fabric. If you can just see here, you can just sort of, it almost looks a little bit like a canvas. But £4.55 per ½ metre. That's a brand new one, WEJQ57. That's the first one. Let's show you this next one. We've got two other brand new ones. Let's keep on an orange theme. So this one here would work perfectly with that ticking fabric. Those two oranges do match really perfectly, but this is also a brand new one. And again, this is a thicker cotton. This is a really sort of bold, vibrant colour. You've just got that saturation of colour. That is a really uniform, rich orange. Nice, bright coral. And this one, again, is only £3.65 per ½ metre. But a nice, bold orange there. And again, it's a slightly thicker fabric. If you look really closely, you can sort of see those, sort of that sort of dotted effect almost, really, where you can start to see the thickness of the fabric. UBJQ20, that's the cotton canvas fabric in orange. Again, a slightly thicker option, so offering you some more durable fabrics this morning that are perfect for bags that need to stand the test of time if you've got loads of stuff in them. And then we've also got a neutral, so if you want to go for a beige, again, perfect because it's, you know, this is going to go with any outfit. Anything that you put this with, a neutral is obviously going to team in with those colours. It would look beautiful with a navy, but again, if you're teaming it with something brighter, perhaps a pink or an orange, this lovely sort of taupe colour there. Again, if you just look on the selvage here, you can see that it is a thicker fabric. So it's that cotton canvas fabric in beige, or taupe tones. BTJQ05. And these colours do work really beautifully together as well this morning, these new ones. If you just look, this is as well, if you introduce a bright with this sort of more neutral tones, it just adds a bit more interest. Again, the stripe as well with that orange they work really beautifully together. So if you wanted to team them up, perhaps you wanted to do the lining of a pocket in one of the plainer fabrics, or the lining of the bag, have the the outside of the bag in more of this sort of canvas feel fabric in the stripe. Then they do work really beautifully together. Now, I will just say we have got very limited stock on the beige. It's a premiere today, and this one's already selling really quickly. So if this is the one that you like, you will need to act quickly on that neutral colour, because lots of people obviously wanting to have some nice neutral bags this morning. So we've also got brand new bag straps this morning on today's show that we haven't seen before. So again, adding that professional finish, adding a bit more durability. If you've got lots of things inside, you want a comfortable strap. You don't want something that's going to be digging into perhaps your shoulders or just on one arm. So we've got 3 different colourways. The first one I'll show you is the pink. Now, this strap is 3 metres. So you can use this, as much or as little of it as you want. You can use this with a D-ring. So if you wanted to apply it to a rucksack, you can just see here, actually, if you look really closely, using it on perhaps a holdall. So whether that's a bag for the gym, or, if you're taking lots of things on the go, whether you're making a bag for perhaps for your child, for swimming or for football, where you've got lots of bits and pieces inside. You've got that on like a duffel type bag there, or a satchel. So perhaps if it's a bag for work or for school. And again, a rucksack. So obviously the best option in terms of, protecting your back is always a backpack. So there, if you wanted to create those straps, you can just see here they're a nice sort of thick strap there. They're 100% cotton, but really resilient, sort of a nice tough strap. If you've got lots of things inside, that's going to be a really great way to make sure that the handles are going to be strong enough to keep everything in place. So that's your pink option, but we've also got 2 other options. I'll start with this beige one that would work really well actually with this new neutral beige canvas that we've launched this morning. So this is your beige one, more of a creamy sort of golden beige. Again, 3 metres, a classic colour, perfect for those holdalls for your rucksacks. And I think this, again, lends itself towards a beach bag. I'll show you it with that beige if you wanted to team those together and keep on that neutral theme. But that's your beige cotton strap, VTPH71. Again, really nice and thick, nice and resistant. And your third colour option is your nice classic smart navy, which I think you can't fail to pair with anything. Any of these colours would work with a navy, just, adding that nice smart touch. So this again is 3 metres. Let's look at that with that orange. I think that would work really well together. Either of these sort of nice bright oranges this morning. Oh, I like it with this. You can imagine this strap, this navy strap with this orange going all the way around the base of the bag. When the strap sort of goes underneath the bottom and comes up to the top, like this top one here, in a beach bag type shape. That would be really lovely. I'm imagining that in a, like those bags that have a V shape at the side, so they sort of angle in like that, and then the straps go all the way over. I think that would work well with that. Or with this ticking fabric. Let's just look at that one there. Again, you can imagine I keep saying it, but beach bag. This is just perfect for that. And again, with the navy, adding that nice smart touch, a bit darker. And it obviously straps do sometimes get a little bit grubby. So perhaps if you go for a navy, you're less likely to end up with sort of marks and anything on that handle, but giving it a nautical feel there with the navy and those stripes. GRPH81, that's for the navy handle. So 3 different colour options, perfect for rucksacks, perfect for holdalls. If you're taking lots of things on the go and you want a handle that's got a bit more strength, then these are sort of a bit more resistant and a bit more resilient, then they're perfect for that. Now, let's move this over. Something that is always incredibly popular on the show, Jo Carter has created these purse instructions. So all about, these sell out so quickly whenever they're on the show. We've managed to get some back in stock today. But what these do is they're adding a really professional finish to your purses with those metal clasps. So what we've done today is we've popped it in a bundle with these instructions from Jo Carter. So if you've not seen her shows before, you can go back and watch on YouTube. You can see the process for making these purses. But she's done a step-by-step instructions here. Colour instructions with that whole process marked out from drawing it out, tracing the template on the paper, cutting your fabric, and then popping that into the metal frame of the clasps themselves. We are limited on stock on these this morning, so if you missed out before, go quick this morning, go, go, go. So you don't just get your instructions. As great as the instructions are, you do need something to do with them. So let's show you what you actually get in this kit. Now, this is a newer kit that we've got here at Sewing Quarter. These purse clasps are slightly newer. They're slightly different and offering something a little bit more quirky. These are also sew-in clasps. So the lovely thing about that, you can see here on the example that Joe's done, is that you can use, and Joe used variegated thread, or if you wanted to use a metallic thread, you can add that extra detail here through the metal clasp itself, just to, to add an extra finishing touch. So you can see that thread through the top of the metal, and then you get this lovely heart metal clasp on the top there. But it really does give you that nice professional finish. And again, the added security of a clipping clasp, if that's filled with things, that's going to remain nice and secure. A nice sheen as well to that metal. Well, that's the heart clasp, so you get this one. But you get 4 clasps in this bundle, the instructions and 4 different clasps. So first of all, you've got the heart one I've just shown you there in the purse that Joe made. Then you've also got 3 other options. So there's your heart one. And as you can see, you do get instructions that fold out here. They've got a template of the actual metal itself. You can use that as a guide. Joe will show you that in the instructions, but you can use that to trace around, and that creates helps you figure out how much material you need for the body of the purse itself. And you can extend these to make glasses cases. So if you want the material to go down slightly longer, then you can create a sunglasses or a glasses pouch as well. So then you've got more of this sort of rose gold copper look clasp there. Again, a sew-in one. You can see that template behind that you can trace around. You've also got more of a square clasp, again with that circular clip on the top. And then you've also got a wider one, so you could use this for a smaller clutch bag, perhaps for a little makeup purse. This has got 2 hanging down, I don't know if you can just see here, straps on either side. This one's tucked behind. But you can use that to attach, if you wanted to attach perhaps a chain or a ribbon, and use that as a little evening bag to take out with you. But these prim handles are just really lovely for adding that professional touch, making them look nice and smart. So 4 different clasps there. You can just see all of those different options. And because we have repeated this, we brought this back today after Joe did it on last week's show. We are limited on stock on this. So if you did miss out last week, SJGC05 is your item number for that. It's $19.95. You get 4 clasps, and you also get all of your instructions there to talk you through the process of how to actually make it. And again, you can go back and watch Joe's show. I believe it was last Friday. Was it last Friday? We'll check the date for you. Yes, last Friday. So if you want to go back on YouTube, all of our shows go up on there. You can fast forward to the purse hour and just watch how we actually made that and how you thread it into place. Producer Paul's saying he wants a gold purse. So let's show you some gold fabric. Now we launched these last week and I absolutely love them. To the extent where Producer Paul and I have gone out into the office and said, can we make some clothes out of this? Producer Paul wants a leather jacket out of this silver leather fabric this morning. So we're really low on stock on these because, again, these are brand new last week and they've been really, really popular. So we've got 2 different, these are leather looks, so they're not actually leather, I must emphasise that, but they're 50% viscose, 50% PU leather. So they have got that leather look to them. Perfect for bags, really, really lovely. It's a thicker fabric, so again, more durable. I'll start with this gold here, but look at that lovely effect. You've got that shimmer, you've got that sheen, and that leather texture as well. Just with that grain on the fabric. It just looks really expensive. And there are lots of metallic bags in the shops at the moment. I was in a very big department store yesterday having a look around, and lots of actually they had a section where it was sort of Vogue choices, and a lot of them were metallic bags because they go with everything. If you are going away and you can only take 1 bag, or if perhaps when you go on the plane you can only take 1 bag with you, if perhaps you're just taking hand luggage, then a nice big beach bag made out of one of these leathers, fashionable, on trend, and also really durable, going to fit lots in it. So I'll open this one up. This is a nice wide fabric, so the width is 140 centimetres. Again, this is being sold by the ½ metre. Look at that nice rich fabric this morning. It's got a nice sheen to it, catching the light there. So if you are going away in the sun, away from this weather here, then you've got a nice bit of shimmer there to that. So this is the gold version, VNJQ47, and it's $6.25 per ½ metre. There it is. You can just see there it's got that lovely glitz and glamour to that. So we've also got this in silver. This is the one producer Paul wants us to have a leather jacket made up in for me to wear on the show. I think I might look a bit like the Tin Man, but we'll see. Let's open this. Oh, we've already, I can't believe we've got 4 meters of this fabric left. Only 8 units. So if you do like the silver, you'll have to be quick on this. Look at this with the navy strap. Let me show you the fabric first. I'm getting carried away. So this is the silver option. Again, 50% viscose, 50% PU leather, but that nice, it's sort of a thicker fabric, again, more durable, with that sheen and that shine. If you can just see that there in the close-up. And if we fold that back, you can just see that it is thicker. It's got a nice, actually, you know, you wouldn't even necessarily need to line this because it's got a lovely texture to the reverse side of the fabric. It's sort of a nice soft cotton there. Again, being sold by the half metre, VC JQ12, that's for the silver option. And only 4 meters of that one left, so please do act quick if you want that. You can give the call centre a ring, 0800 112 4433. You might want to do that now if you want the silver, because that's going to go really, really quickly. Let's just look at that, as I said, with the navy handles. So if you've just tuned in, we've just launched these handles this morning. Perfect for holdalls, rucksacks. What's the most popular handle at the moment? Pink. It's actually the pink. Pink goes with silver as well. But I think that navy and silver is a really classic combination, all with the gold. But just looking at those together, you can so totally start to envisage your bag. Well, I can anyway. It doesn't take a lot. Love, love, love bags. If you wanted to, you know, to do this sort of holdall effect there where the strap's going all the way around the bottom of the bag. The pink one here. I put my finger on the wrong one. The pink one here, I do know the one's pink. OKPH12, but also the navy option, depending which one you like. We did also have a beige option for that. I'm going to show you that with the gold, actually, if I can. Let's look at this. Yes, colour match. Look at that. That's lovely. So you've got the gold sort of leather look fabric there, and then the beige strap. They go beautifully together. That is lovely. VNJQ47 for the fabric, but that handle as well, just giving you that, you know, that extra strength. Again, that professional finish, more so than perhaps if you just sewed in a cotton handle. And you get 3 meters of the handle, so you're not necessarily going to use all of that. You can trim that down, use as much or as little as you need. You can obviously loop it over, so if you want to, I don't know if you can just see here if I slide that down, if you want to make the handle, you know, to be able to shorten it or lengthen it, then you have the option to do that perhaps on a satchel type bag. So I'll just show you as well. You can just see there. If you're not familiar with those, they're called D rings. So they're sort of metal. They're in the shape of a D. That's why it's called a D ring. But they're a metal sort of hoop that you can loop that the handle through. So this is the slightly bigger one here. This is 30 mil. So it's 3 centimeters. You can just see there in the base of the D itself. Then what you can do there is create that. You can create that, pull that through that strap. If you can just see that there on the top. This is a premiere. These are brand new today, these straps. But this one here would fit through the this D-ring, the 30mm one. So if you wanted to make it adjustable, then you've got the option there with that. ENPH39, that's the silver one. So again, would be lovely if we can just... I know I keep pairing things up, but it's because I'm starting to see bags in my head. If you look at the silver fabric with that navy handle or the pink handle and the silver D-ring, you can see that as a collection, how that would really come together and create a nice professional bag. Now, we've also got a smaller option in the D-ring if you wanted to, perhaps you're making a little clutch bag or an evening bag, or even on purses if you wanted to create a loop. Then again, you've got 4 of these in here, but these are 20 mil, so these are 2 centimeters, so a slightly smaller option. If I hold them side by side, you can just see the difference there. £2.95 for the slightly smaller ones, RNPH37. Last weekend, Anna from Alice Caroline Fabrics used these. She was creating a clutch bag, and on the side it just had one of those, you know, a strap that you can pop around your wrist. So it had, it came off the side of the bag in sort of a loop, and using the D-ring to attach it to the bag, again giving you that strength, so it's not going to come away from the fabric. And also you can make it detachable. So if you buy those, you know, the clip, I don't know what the official sort of term for them is, the metal clips that you can pop on and off that you might have on a key ring, then you can use these rings to attach onto those and make the strap detachable if you wanted to, and you could again do that with these. So 2 different D-ring options this morning for you there, and those 3 new strap premieres, beige, pink and navy. Pink's in the lead. So talking of pink, we've also got some cotton canvas fabrics this morning. So bringing you all fabrics that we think would be, are well suited to bag projects because they're more durable and because they've got that bit more body to them, a bit more weight and structure. Let's open this pink one up. So a nice soft pastel pink here. This would be lovely for a ballet bag for a little girl. I know that's really cliche to get out pink fabric and go ballet bag, but that is what it says to me. But you can just see there that lovely cotton canvas. This is 150 centimetres wide, so again, it's a slightly wider fabric, getting a little bit more for your money, $3.65 per half metre. So this is cut off the bolt for you. You can have as much or as little as you like. If you've not bought from Sewing Quarter before, the fabrics that are cut to measure are sold in half metre increments. So they're cut off the bolt, and if you wanted 4 metres, then you'd order 8 units. If you wanted 2 metres, you'd order 4 units. So it's cut off in half metre sections. So this is the pink cotton canvas, UEJQ40. What was the composition of this fabric? Can I just check? So it's 100% cotton. This is 100% cotton, but it's that cotton canvas, so it is thicker. It has got a bit more weight to it. If you look really closely, you can see that the weave is sort of slightly different to those regular cottons that you might see in those fat quarter packs or the charm packs. And let's just look at that with the pink strap. There we go. Lovely. If you wanted to pair those together, the softer pink bag with the darker handle. So the graphics on the bottom of your screen for that dark pink handle there, the strap. And the cotton canvas fabric, UEJQ40, just $3.65 per half metre for that one. Oh, we've got a stock warning. What's that one on? The silver. Oh, well, we had very limited stock on that. We're just going to check that. So this silver leather look fabric, if this is the one you want this morning, we are very limited on stock on this. We only had 4 metres when I showed you a second ago. So if you do like this fabric, there's only 1 metre of this left if everyone with it in their baskets checks out. So it is a thicker fabric. It's got that lovely sheen to it. You can just see there. Producer Paul saying he's going to ask to reorder this. Try and get it back in stock for you because it is very popular. VCJQ12. If that's in your basket, check it out now. So also a stock warning on the beige canvas already, gosh. 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning, I'm impressed. Congratulations if you've already managed to buy these fabrics, good for you. So this is the beige fabric that we launched this morning. This is a brand new product on the show. And this is a cotton canvas. It's sort of a taupe colour, all mushroomy sorts of colours as well. So you can just see there, it's a thicker fabric. Oh wow, we've only got 6 metres of this fabric left. BTJQ05. $3.65 per half metre. This is a brand new one. If you do like this, please check out your baskets on that. Or give the call centre a ring, 0800 112 4433. Also, another stock warning. We've not even got through everything on my table yet. So Joe Carter's Snap Fasteners, Snap to It, that's what the instructions are called. This is a bundle where you get all of your instructions for making the purses with those professional clasps. And then you also get 4 different metal clasps with them there. You can see 2 have got a curve to them with a heart attachment and also sort of a rose gold look. And then you've also got a slightly larger one for a clutch bag. And the finished product is something like this, where you can sew in that purse clasp to the top of your bag. If you chose to extend that and make a glasses or sunglasses case, but that lovely metal click on the top. And you get 4 of these in different colour options and different sort of attachments on the top in this bundle. This is looking like it's going to sell out, so if you have got that in your basket, I would just encourage you to check out. That's the heart one there. I think that's my favourite, actually, that or the rose gold. I do like that one too. So we also had one other fabric I was just going to show you. So we showed you the pink, that was the cotton canvas, but we've also got this in a spearminty option. So this is a lovely sort of soft green. This one is called pale green. So let's open that out a little bit. So again, this is 100% cotton canvas, so it's that it is a slightly thicker fabric, and you can, again, if you look at that more closely, you can see the weave to it. You can see that it's got a little bit more to it than one of those sort of regular cottons. A nice summery feel to that in that spearmint colour. If I show you the selvage, you can just see that it is slightly thicker on that edge. HVJQ 52. 365 for that again. And if you wanted to pair those up, you know, if you wanted to go for your blues and greens, then you could. I think let's just move that pink. We could start to pair this with the silver. I know we're limited on stock, but there are so many. You can start to pair colours together. If you start looking at all of these on the table, I start to imagine bags in my head. Let's move these over. So those are two other new fabric options for you there. And you've got the pink and the pale green, depending which colourway you like. So what are we going to look at next? The box. The fox. The fox. Yes. Look at this bag. So look at this. How cute is this bag? I absolutely love it. We're selling the pattern for this morning. I've had my eye on this in the out in our sewing quarter offices. We have all of the products and the projects that the different designers have made. This one's been hanging on the rail for a while. I think that's so cool. Isn't that really, like, I mean, it's great for children, but also for adults as well. It's with these lovely sort of ear details on the side, and just fits really comfortably again on your arm. We've used that different fabric on the back there. So quirky. Gorgeous, really, really lovely. So we're selling the pattern for this morning. Again, you can go back on YouTube, watch how we made it. Let's just look inside as well so you get more of an idea. You've also got lots of pockets in here. So you've obviously got the shape of the bag itself sort of tapering out at the bottom, so you've got a bit more width and a bit more depth at the bottom to pop lots of things in there. You can just see if I show you the base. And inside, pockets. We always need pockets for keys, for makeup, for purses, for whatever else you might have in here. But you can see there those nice deep pockets. You could line that again, as we've chosen to here, with a slightly different fabric. Pockets on the other side as well, if I just reverse that. And obviously with pockets, you can always customise them. You can make those smaller or bigger according to what you want to pop in there. Perhaps you want a really small pocket to keep a pen in place. So we're selling the pattern for this morning, which is this one here. And you don't just get the pattern for the bag, you also get the pattern for this really quirky scissor holder. I don't know if we can look here. You can just see, you pop your scissors in the back of it. It almost looks a bit like a miniature doorstop, but it keeps your scissors in place. And if you look at that one there, so a perfect bag as well for, you know, for all of your sewing bits and pieces if you want to take those to classes or on the go. Perhaps you've got a knitting project, or you know, you've got your pattern and all of your needles that you want to keep in one place. So I'll show you on the back. You've also got, so you've got your tote bag and your scissor holder. These are the two projects in this pattern. Talking you through all the fabric requirements that you need for that. Actually, the orange canvas that we've launched this morning would work really well for that fox. If you look there, I'll just show you the, as a colour option. But a really easy to follow pattern from Quick Sew. How quirky is that scissor holder? It's really cool. We should make that. Producer Paul's writing that down upstairs as a potential make for a show. We like the look of that. SKBR28. This is for this lovely fox bag. Really gorgeous. Look at these as well. It's just, it's the detail, isn't it? Those lovely little ears on the side. I think that's really fun. $8.95. So that's the first pattern we've got this morning, but we've got lots of different pattern options for you, because obviously we're bringing you these bag fabrics, we're bringing you the different fastening options. So I wanted to give you some inspiration for bag shapes and bag designs. So I'll start with this one here. This has got 3 patterns inside it, and for 3 different sized bags. You can just look on the front here. They've got nice long handles. Again, they've got pocket details inside, so inside pockets. A small bag, a medium bag, and a large bag. They've all got sort of contrasting sections and inside pockets within the lining. What's nice about these, if you can just see at the side, they've almost got an apex, quite a wide side panel to the bag themselves. So they're nice and deep if you've got lots of things to pop inside, you know, whether that's projects to take on the go or books or anything. You can never have too many bags. Beach bags, taking them away for travelling. And on the back here, you can just see, again, that shape of the bag. This is coming in 3 different size options in this pattern from McCall's. EXBR90. And that's $7.45. Another pattern option for you. Let's look at, oh, this balance, balance, balance. This one here. So then we've got rucksacks. We've got 3 different rucksacks here. I've never seen patterns for rucksacks on the show, actually. I don't know if have we ever made a rucksack? I don't know. Maybe we should make a rucksack. But this one here, you know, these are fantastic for children or for taking to school. And also, you know, rucksacks are very fashionable at the moment. Obviously, it's nice to have your hands free. You've got everything, you know, you don't necessarily want to be holding onto a bag. Perhaps if you're out and about or you're on the go or you're going for a walk. I love having my hands free when you haven't got anything to hold on to. So you can see those 3 different options there on the back for rucksacks. These have got some nice detail on the shoulder straps themselves, and you can just see here that button detail on the top. They've all got different contrasting front pockets, different sort of flap options on the top there as well, for keeping everything inside nice and secure. JDBR02 for your rucksack patterns. One last pattern, let's swap these over. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. And then we've also got these patterns here that have all got different flowers on them. So you can take these flowers off, they're 3D flowers, each one has a different one on there. So they're, you know, really colourful patterns, but they're patchwork bags. So lots of room in there, really roomy for everything that you might want to pop inside. 3 different shape options, they've all got zipper openings, and they've used contrasting handles on all of these to the bags themselves. And as you can see, these different 3D flowers that you can attach to the bag. And obviously you can mix and match those according to what ones you like. You can just see on the back here those 3 different shapes of the bags in this Ellie Mae pattern. HLBR34, $8.95. So we've got those different pattern options there for these fabrics that we think, you know, could work really well for bags, but we've also got some book options for bags this morning. So perhaps if you've got, you know, if you wanted to go for a quilted bag, I've earmarked some projects in this book to show you first of all. So this is all about quilting projects, giving you nice, soft, squidgy, comfortable bags, you know, that you can take with you that are going to be really comfortable. And as well, they've got that added durability because they're quilted. So lots of different projects in here. In fact, 36 different bags in this book. And I've earmarked some, you can see with my good old Post-it notes. Really thorough colour instructions. Should I lay this down? Would it be better to go back? Let's do that maybe with the overhead. So you can just see here at the beginning, I'm talking you through the instructions of making sort of general bag making tips for, you know, quilting, for binding, really intricate detailed diagrams as well. Then we get to the quilted bags themselves. So you've got the hexagon bag there, flower tote. City life tote. This is one that I marked because I thought that bucket bag was lovely as a shape. I just think that's really cute and different. And also those tulips on the front. You can see here as well in all of the diagrams, they've got patchwork diagrams for creating those different quilts. And lovely in those natural colours as well. In fact, that brand new beige fabric that we've had this morning, look at that as a colour option, would work really beautifully for that bucket bag. I'll fast forward to some other projects I've marked in the book that I liked. I like this one, not just because it has my initial on it, A for Amy, but also you've got this bag here. It starts sort of as more of a, you can just see that wider shape there in a V, but then you have a hook clasp that you can pull it across to change it into more of a triangular shaped bag. So again, adding more security by popping those 2 sides together, but also just changing the shape up if you want to, and more comfortable on your arm once you've brought those 2 sides in as well. It's obviously going to sit more easily over your shoulder. Another bag that I chose, where's the other Post-it note? Was this one here. What I loved is they're using those sort of handles that we've brought into the show this morning with those thicker cotton handles and that nice, again, sort of bucket shape. This is called the modern quilter's bag. So using lots of skills, introducing different, you know, patchwork skills and quilting skills. And those nice natural fabrics and those sort of taupe and cream colours do work really beautifully with these patterns. But really thorough instructions in this quilting book. Lots of different bags, 36 in fact, different bag designs. So plenty to add to your wardrobe, and also some smaller things like, you know, eyeglasses, cases, and a nice sort of boss. That's almost like a doctor's bag there. Makeup bags. A tablet case. KXSP50, this is for the quilter's book, all bags and gifts, but mainly focusing on bags, so perfect for bag hour this morning. We also had one other book, which is fat quarter bags. So if you're guilty, if you've got lots of fat quarters in your stash and you need a project, and perhaps you're thinking of tackling a bag, then this is fat quarter bags, and it's using only 6 fat quarters to create different shaped bags. So let's have a look at some of these different designs in this book. Let's lay it down again. So introducing different fat quarters, you know, into these different designs. You've got a shopping list here, cutting the pieces, you've got a cutting diagram, and then you've got all of your piecing instructions for how to bring those together. Telling you as well, sort of labelling the fat quarters A to B, you know, all the way through, so you know how to use those and how to cut them to get the most out of your fabric. Also using fat quarters for the lining there. So that classic shape, you know, perhaps you've bought fat quarters from the show. Perhaps you've bought, you know, some of those designer fat quarters, whether they're tilde, whether they're K facet, and you want to introduce those to a project that you've got that fabric stashed away. Then bag options here for that. Where's the one I marked out? Oh, this was the one I liked. Sausalito. I'm not sure what that means. In another, obviously it means something in another language, but you can see here. I just thought that was a really lovely design, introducing that patchwork look to it. Again, a lovely, nice, soft shape using those fat quarters. And then you've got general instructions at the back as well. So these are some of the bags all included in the book. But then general instructions, you know, for choosing your fabrics, for preparing your fabrics, for the actual cutting, for quilting, for sewing the shape, or, you know, making sure that you're pressing and everything's accurate. TWMZ23. Fat quarter bags booklet, so $12.95 for that. If you want some inspiration, perhaps something to have a look through, and then you've got that, you know, there as a coffee table book or to add to your bookshelf. A really lovely addition for some fat quarter inspiration. Oh, we've had a picture in of a bag. This is from Patricia. Morning, Patricia. Yes, you've made the fox. Oh, amazing! I love it. Good for you. Let's have a look at. We've got. Well, I'll do your snap, Patricia. I'll match you. You've made that. Look, spot on. You're matching us here at Sewing Quarter this morning. Thanks for sending that in. Good work. We're loving that. I love seeing that you've made, you know, seeing the pictures of projects that people have made. We're sending the pattern for this morning. If you like the fox bag, the pattern is $8.95. You can see that there on your screens. SKBR28. That's the tote bag, and you've also got the pattern in there for that really cool little scissor holder that you can see to the side that matches it in the fox. Thanks for sending that in, Patricia. If you've got pictures, do send them in. studio@sewingquarter.com. Hopefully we can show some on the show this morning. Okay, let's pop our books back on here. So we've had lots of different things in this hour, and we've had some brand new fabrics. Which one's the most popular at the moment? From our brand new fabrics, the most popular is the beige. This one's nearly sold out. So, oh, I'm being told I'm going to have to move this off the desk, so I can't talk to you about this one. I'll move it away. But we have got 2 different options. Do we want to start with the ticking fabric first of all? So this is a lovely, you can just see here, actually, if you look at the side, that it's a much thicker fabric. It's that ticking fabric. It's that bright coral, nice and orange, very sort of a nautical feel to it. Beach huts, beach bags, that's everything that it reminds me of. Deck chairs. That cotton yarn. It's got a really lovely feel to this. Is a sort of a thicker fabric there. WEJQ57, $4.55 per half metre. And then we also had the orange fabric that we've launched this morning. So again, this is a rich, uniform, solid colour, but this is slightly thicker. This is brand new. We've never had this on before. Works beautifully with that ticking fabric or on its own in isolation if you want a bold bag, if you want to make a statement, or not just for bags. You know, these fabrics are great for soft furnishings because they are slightly thicker and they've got more durability to them. So, you know, whether you're making cushions, if you wanted to make a doorstop, if you wanted to make blinds, even the fox bag, this colour's perfect for that fox bag. UBJQ20, the cotton canvas fabric. Lovely for a holdall or a rucksack. You can just see here, actually, if I hold that fox pattern in, colour-wise, that fabric's really great for that. And £3.65 per half metre for that orange fabric. Now, another item that's been very popular this morning, or we're running very low on stock on this, always so popular, snap to it. I feel like you have to do a click when you do that, snap to it. So these are Joe Carter's instructions for making purses using the metal clasps, so adding that professional touch to them, giving you that nice click, that nice snap. You know, you can see those metal finishes there on these purses. Less than half the stock of these remaining. And also Jo talks you through on a previous show, if you go back to last Friday, she shows you how to do all of this, but step-by-step instructions here included in your bundle. If you want to add this bow detail, I remember her last Friday showing us how to do that. It's really simple actually to add that to the front of the purse. She talks you all through the process of tracing using the top of the metal clasp itself to figure out how much or how little fabric you need, depending on how big you want to make the purse itself. This is an example of the one we made last Friday, actually. Using the metal clasp, this is the heart metal clasp that's included in this bundle. It's got a really nice sheen to this metal. And this one here is a sew-in clasp. So we've previously had ones that you glue in. Jo wouldn't recommend that you use glue with these because they've, as you can see on the actual clasps themselves, they've been designed to be sewn in. They've got those tiny little holes there. So the glue might seep through onto your fabric. These are to be sewn in. But adding an extra detail, you can see if I roll that down, you know, you can choose a fabric that picks out colour within the pattern, within the design. So you don't just get this Vliesiline, you've got the heart one there, but you also get 3 others. You've got a lovely rose gold one, you've got a slightly larger one, perfect for a little evening bag, and then also another silver option, but with a sort of a circular pearl sort of shape clasp on the top. So less than half the stock of that remaining, SJGC05. Lots of people making purses. Send me pictures of your purses like Patricia did with her fox bag this morning, studio@sewingquarter.com. Let's see your purses and bags. Make me happy. So, we've also got some magnetic snaps this morning. So for bags, you know, if you want to add that snap to the top of the bag, or again for a purse, perhaps if you're putting a flap over the top of a rucksack or on a holder and you want to secure those, we've got these metal. Here you go, these magnetic snaps. These are the silver ones, so it would work really well with that silver look, leather look, or the gold actually if you wanted to. I'd say the silver's much more traditional in terms of a magnetic snap. That's the one that, you know, we see most commonly there. So this is just under 2 centimetres. Obviously you attach that to either side. You can see that on a purse in the demo there, but if you wanted to pop it in the top of a bag, or as I said, a rucksack. We've also got this in a gold option, if you wanted to keep the gold theme. Actually, let's look at that with the gold fabric. So we've got this gold leather look fabric, or we're running low on this leather look fabric this morning. So this is 50% viscose, 50% PU leather. It's got that leather look to it. It looks so expensive. It's a much thicker fabric. It's got a really, really lovely sheen to it. And if you wanted to add that gold clasp to the top there, then you could. Very blingy. So OTP H17 is the Prim Gold Magnetic Snap. Or if you like the silver one, actually the silver would equally work well with that gold leather look fabric. I think the silver's more of the traditional colour that you would expect in that snap. But again, completely up to you what you like, what takes your fancy. Can you see there that that's the silver one? We also have some snap starter kits. So if you want to add those snaps to the top of a bag, more of a clip snap, then these are kits from Hemline that come with, these are sort of heavy duty snaps in gold or silver, and you get loads in here. So we'll start first of all with the gold. These are a brass, you can just see here, gold coloured. They're not obviously made of gold, and they'll be a bit more expensive than $4.95, I think. But these are easy to fit snaps, so that you can use these not just for bags, but for outdoor equipment. You can use these for clothing. And you punch the hole in the fabric and then you just pop through the snap. You can see here they're labelled on the back, so you've got instructions there of how to apply these. A, B, C, D parts that you apply together to give you that finished snap. So we've also got the starter kit in silver, just a different colourway. Perhaps if you want, again, to pair that with a different fabric, silver, you know, is perhaps the colour that you prefer. Again, not real silver. We've not quite managed that for £4.95 this morning. INGQ64 is your silver option, and they are 15mm those snaps, so 1.5 centimetres. Again, you use your punch tool to create the hole in the fabric, and then you can use those easy to fit snaps. So talking of fastenings, we've also got zips. So what's these zips this morning? I've not seen these on the show before. We usually have one-way zips. These are two-way zips. So I don't know if I can open... Can I open this? Oh, I've got one open here. I'm talking rubbish. So what's great about this is that you've got the, the zip that meets in the middle. So you've got two zips here. Obviously, I think this is great if you're putting it obviously on the top of a bag, like a holdall, something perhaps is a nice long zip. So if you're going for a slightly larger bag or a beach bag, you want to keep everything inside. Then you've got the zip that can meet in the middle as opposed to one all the way across. So this is the beige zip there, opening either way. Obviously, you can move that all the way along to the end if you wanted to. RKPH48, so we have that in taupe, which, I'm going to bring it back in again, the gold fabric. Can you tell which one's one of my favourites this morning? Look at the zip with the gold fabric. So that beige zip with that gold canvas. So if you wanted to, to pop a zip with that, keeping it in that neutral theme. So that's the zip fastener in beige, but we also have it in a navy. Actually, the navy looks really nice. Let me try that with the handles. It's all coming in my head. So you've got this here. Again, is the double zip. If I just wiggle that down, you can see you've got the two zip options there. So the option you need to open that at one end or in the centre of the bag itself. How long is this? Let me just check the size for you. It is 60 centimetres. So it's a nice long zip. On the back here, you can see they've used it over the top of a bag, perhaps if you wanted to do that. Or also on the front, if you wanted to create a pocket, sort of a pouch there. ULPH21 for the navy zip fastener, and that's the double zip. So the two most popular things, this is the whole hour, the two most popular things of the whole hour is the beige cotton strap, so I'll show you that one, which works again really beautifully with the gold. This is brand new this morning. This is a launch. We've never had it on before. It's a 3-metre strap. It's a cotton, nice and thick, nice and durable. You can use this for holdalls, for rucksacks. Again, if you wanted to make an adjustable strap, then you can use a D-ring to loop it through, and then you can feed that through to make it shorter or longer, depending on what you're using it for. Or for a shoulder bag, perhaps a satchel. You can see there's different options there. But the beige colourway is the most popular this morning. Actually, the most popular product of the whole morning, VTPH71, and that's from Prim. And the next most popular thing is actually the D-ring that works with this, with this strap. So this strap is 3 metres in length. It's 30mm wide. This is a 30mm D-ring. So these are lovely silver attachments that you can use to pop onto your bag. You can loop it through, and then you pop that that handle through the D-ring. So you can, you can make that something that you shorten and lengthen, or just to attach it to the bag itself. Or you could even use metal clips to detach the strap on and off if you want to make it. Perhaps if you're making a clutch bag and you want to make a wrist handle, or you want to make a shoulder strap that you want to take on and off, then these D-rings, ENPH39 in silver. These are the bigger option that fit the brand new handles this morning. So you can see how that would feed through the ring itself. And they're only £2.95. Pop them in your stash. Get them there. I think it's the sort of thing as well, if you've got that at home, you might start to, when you do projects, think, oh, actually, do you know what? I could introduce a ring there to create a detachable handle or an adjustable handle. Again, just taking it up a level to make it a bit more professional. Oh, we've got another picture in. Who's this one from? Therese. Good morning, Therese. Let's see what you've made. Oh, yes! That's our favourite fabric. It's the flamingo fabric. Oh, I love it. We had that fabric back on the show yesterday. We managed to get it back in stock, and it sold out. We had loads and loads of it, and you absolutely love this trendy flamingo fabric. Great bag, great use of it. That's fab. Thanks, Therese. We've actually got a makeup bag made in that would match your bag perfectly. We've got it on the shelf over there. I've got my eye on it. But using that flamingo fabric, which is so popular, great use of it. I love it. Fantastic. So let's have a look. We've also got 2 stabilisers for the bottom of the bag. So perhaps if you've not seen these before, these are from Clover, but Shape and Create. So it's all about creating that base of a bag, giving you a solid base, so keeping the depth and the width of the bag, you know, making it remain in that shape. But also, if you've got things in the bottom, it makes everything more accessible. You can see it more rather than the bag closing and shortening. It keeps it nice and wide. So we have this in 2 colour options. The first one is white. You can see here how it's attached, it popped in the bag itself in this in the diagram. So you can use it in a curvy bag, you could use it in more of a square bottomed bag or a rectangled bag, and you can cut this quite easily as well if you want to. So it's 13 centimetres by 51 centimetres. If we can just see here, there it is, you can see on the bottom. Also, no problems about using this with your sewing machine. You can sew this into place. You can cover it as well in the fabric. So actually, if you were making the bag, say in the ticking fabric, and you also had the orange canvas, you could cover the bottom in a different fabric, you know, a complementary colour, and have that as a detachable option you can take in and out. So if you're using lighter fabrics, I would obviously lean towards the white stabiliser. So those pastel colours, your pale green and your pink, you would probably use the white. But then you've also got a black, so if you're going for a darker bag, maybe a navy fabric or a dark grey or a charcoal, then you have the option here for a black stabiliser for the bottom. Again, it's that same size. You can angle and cut the corners if you want to curve it. And you can also use this with double-sided tape if you wanted to baste it into place using tape and to not actually sew it in. But on the back here, you've got really thorough instructions of how to use it. So if you're not sure, if this isn't a product that you're familiar with, don't panic. You know, everything's talking you through that whole instructions there of how to put it into place using your sewing machine. 885 FAGQ 72. We've got one more product we've not shown you this morning. Have we just got this in one colour? We do, don't we? So these are antique brass, and they're little sort of nail stoppers that you pop on the bottom of your bag. So if you've lovingly crafted a bag, you want to protect the bottom of it, or the base, you don't want it to come into contact with the surface, then you can use it for those. It also, again, just adding that professional finish, you know, it's the sort of thing that you do see quite commonly on bags. I think you can just see it in that image behind there. But you get these 4 base nails that you can just secure into place. You can see there, it's almost like a drawing pin where you split the 2 sides to go through. These are in an antique brass HWPH82. Wow, we have had so many bag products this morning. Something that's almost sold out. Let's just move this book. Is the snap to it. So if you do love these purse fastenings this morning, you're getting the instructions from Jo Carter talking you through the step-by-step guide, how to create those purses, how to insert the metal fastening onto your fabric. Perhaps you've bought some of this fabric this morning and you want to use it for a purse. You also get 4 metal clasps in this bundle. You get the heart clasp, you get the rose gold sort of coppery look one, you get a slightly larger square one, and also another silver clasp. SJGC05, really limited stock on that, so if you like that, please do check it out. The next thing, we had a picture from Patricia of the Fox bag. We've got the Fox bag here in stock. We're selling the pattern for this morning. It's this one here from Quick Sew. So it's a tote bag, and you also get a pattern here for a matching scissor holder. So let me just check how much fabric we need for this. You need, for the tote bag A, is 1.1 metres, so 2 different fabrics, so just over a metre, and then the interfacing again is 1.7 metres, so 3 metres of fabric should do you for that. SKBR28, and also you get the scissor holder pattern as well within this. And then that orange canvas that we've launched this morning, this is a brand new product. If you're looking at the Fox pattern, then you've also got an orange fabric here this morning that, you know, would work perfectly for the Fox, but also for a bright, bold, summery beach bag. UBJQ20, this is the cotton canvas fabric in orange. We're selling this by the half metre. It's a thicker fabric, more durable, more body, more weight to it. So it's got that structure. I was saying it's a combination between strength and structure there. You've got that strength, you've got that structure to it. So it is ideal for bags. And just £3.65 per half metre for this. So we're going through in order of popularity. The next thing is the quilting bags book. That's the fat quarter one. My table's getting messy. I don't like it when it's not organised. So the quilting book, this is £12.95, 36 projects in here, mainly bags, but also some gift options for some really lovely sort of traditional quilted bags. Nice and comfortable. So you've got backpacks. I didn't show you that one earlier. Lovely, detailed, thorough colour instructions there. We had the bucket bag that I absolutely loved. You've got the clip bag that you can change the shape of. Lots of these bags are introducing those professional handles like we've had this morning. KXSP50 is £12.95. And then we're jumping all over the place. The heavy-duty snaps in gold are also very popular this morning. So this is a starter kit. You've got 12 sets of snap fasteners in there. So it's gold-coloured snaps. And also you've got obviously 4 different parts to those. So an A, B, C, D part that you clip together. You just need a hammer to pop those into your fabric. HQGQ98, £4.95 in the gold. So, after the break, we've got Angie Attwood here. We've got a Vliesiline showcase, so we've got some brand new products that you've not seen on the show before. You can use some of these for bags. They're fleecings, there's lots of different... We've also got something that's going to waterproof your bags, so you're not going to want to miss that. Angie is here in 3 minutes. We're going to show you those Vliesiline things. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you in 3.
Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love.
The Sewing Quarter website is simple and easy to use. You can view a live broadcast of the show on our homepage. Get instant access to our online shop, which has a wide range of wonderful products for you to choose from. You can also enjoy a selection of projects and guides which we have on offer to help you enhance your skills and gain valuable tips. Watch the live shows and you can buy the product which is currently being shown on air. You can even message the studio to ask our presenters or team any questions you might have. Below, you'll find all the products from today's show for you to look at and purchase. On the right of the screen, next to today's products, you will find our simple programme guide listing all upcoming shows. So, join us today at sewingquarter.com.
So today I'm going to show you how to do a double stitch. Now you would use a double stitch at the start and the end of your sewing to secure your threads rather than using a really big knot. You're going to want to take your needle through the front of your fabric first and then come out back through the front. So I'm using really big stitches at the moment so I can see what I'm doing. You're going to leave a tail before you then repeat that in and out motion. So you can see that's 1. I'm going to go back through again and that's 2. So you can see I've done 2 stitches in the same place. That's giving me my double stitch. You would then do whatever stitch it is that you're going to go on to do. So I'm just going to do a quick running stitch. Okay, so now I'm going to do my double stitch at the very end of my stitch there. So it's repeating the process. So I'm going in, and then back out, in, and then back out, before clipping my threads. So obviously you would clip these closer when you get to finishing your garment. So there you have it.
Join us on Thursday the 10th of August for a day like no other. The maestro of colour, Kay Fassett himself, will be visiting the Sewing Quarter studio. Kay Fassett has inspired people across the world with his colourful work in fabric, knitting, needlepoint, patchwork, painting and mosaic. And in these 2 unmissable programmes, we'll meet the man behind the fabric masterpieces that so often feature in our shows. So tune in on Thursday the 10th of August at 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. as we step into Kaif's world, exclusively on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Good morning. If you've just joined us, it's lovely to have you here with us on a Sunday morning today. I hope you're nice and cosy at home while you're watching us this morning. So this is a Vlieseline showcase. I'm joined by Angie Attwood in this hour, and we've got some fantastic new products that you might not have seen before. That's sort of a really great way of adding something new to your skill set, but also to your finished product. So whether that's, we've got a Lamifix that makes the products waterproof or wipeable. We've also got fleecing. We've got interlining. So some different products from Vlieseline to show you today. But first, Angie's using these different fabrics this morning with the Vlieseline. So I wanted to show you these in case they're fabrics that you like. So you can buy these in bundles if you like what you see today. So two different colour options. First of all is this lovely blue, this blue bundle, and not just solids, but also using a spot on and a linear texture fabric here. So if I just lift that up, you can see there your different fabrics. So you get 1/2 metre of each of these fabrics, starting with optical white at the bottom there. Then your other solid is a cornflower blue. This one here is linear texture, in a Riviera blue. That's sort of got a cross-hatching detail to it, almost a silky feel to that. Spot on marine, so that polka dot, and nautical blue. So a lovely blue bundle there. Blues and whites, LYGC 37, and that's 1945, so 2.5 metres of fabric in total, 1/2 metre of all of those. And then the next one is a neutral bundle, so introducing some sort of coffee colours. So you've got buttermilks, and we've got quite limited stock on this, but buttermilk, sort of lattes, creams, all of those biscuit sort of colours. So if you are cosy at home on your Sunday morning with a cup of tea and a coffee, this is perfect for that. So again, you've got those sort of taupes. You've got this lovely mushroom colour on the top here, a darker sort of cream. Then you've got a spot on, sort of goldy beige. Again, you've got another cream there. Then you've got a linear look with that cross-hatching detail on a nice sort of bright cream, almost with a grey in that. And finally, just a classic buttermilk on the bottom there. So you've got 1/2 metre of all of those, 2.5 metres in total, WZGC 49, and that's 1945 again, so that's the neutral fabric bundle. Angie's using both of these this morning, so we just wanted to show you the fabrics that we're going to be using. So let's get going on some Vlieseline. Morning, Angie, how are you? It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yes, I remember I did your first show.
First ever show. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. You've been busy?
Yes, very.
Busy sewing?
Busy sewing, yeah. Busy preparing for Festival of Quilts next week.
Yes.
So it's the big event of the year. So.
What are you going to be doing for Festival of Quilts?
I'll be demonstrating westerly quilting rulers.
Okay.
Yeah, so come and say hi.
Come and say hello to Angie.
Yeah, definitely.
So, if anyone hasn't sort of seen you before, what do you do? Tell us about you.
My background in textiles is free motion embroidery and textile art drawing with stitch. And then I moved into quilting. I really like the feel of something quilted. So yeah, I started to learn patchwork and quilting, and then didn't realise I'd be hooked on patchwork too. So so now I do
it's the whole bundle.
But I specialise in free motion work, whether it be embroidery or quilting. But I do love patchwork too. So
drawing with stitches, whether that's in a quilt or whether that's just with your free motion. So we're looking at these different Vlieseline products this morning. Had you worked with any of these before?
Some of the wadding.
Okay.
Maybe but certainly not the Lamifix. I've never.
This is really cool, and I know we've just done a bag hour. So if you're making, toiletry bags or makeup bags, this is making it wipeable.
Yes.
So it's transforming a fabric from being those cottons that I just showed you in the bundle over there to this.
Yeah. So yes, it's actually. I know that we've had the. What's the product called that you paint
Eau de
on?
Cote.
Eau de Cote, that's right. I've never done a show with Eau de Cote. But that sort of gives us slightly different and perhaps less waterproof. This is, properly waterproof and wipeable.
You could get a cloth on that, wipe it all straight off.
Yeah, so although it's shinier because this is the gloss version, whereas the Eau de Cote's a bit more matte, isn't it, and sinks into the fabric. So it's just a different way of doing this. You can, almost like laminating paper, you can laminate both sides of fabric and so encapsulate in it, or you can just layer over one side, which I did with this bag. So I've put the Lamifix on one side of my fabric here, and I have some thermolam wadding, which we'll come on to, in here, and a normal lining. And when it's just on one side of the fabric, the Lamifix, it's still flexible and stitchable.
So you can stitch, you can still use your sewing machine.
So you can still use it, and I turned this big bag out, you know, I did it inside out and turned this out. When you double-side it, it has a much stiffer, like laminating a piece of paper almost, it has a much stiffer effect. But that's really useful for sort of table mat, so I was just having a play with what you could do with it. I didn't even stitch any of these pieces. I've just cut, I don't know, it's quite shiny to show, but cut all the different pieces of squares of fabric.
So you've not even stitched these into place?
No, they're not stitched into place. I've literally just placed them on the backing fabric.
And then use that almost as a wrapping to sort of keep it where it needs to be.
And laminated it, so both sides. So that you can see that's the back of the fabric.
It does give it a lovely sheen, but also, like you say, it doesn't make it to the point where it's so rigid that it's going to crack or that it's going to, you know, it just gives it, it's still flexible. The fabric still has a bit of movement to it. And depending on whether you've doubled it or not.
Or, yes, that's it. It's got a different rigidity, whether it's 2 layers or 1. But this would be great for kids' placemats. You could cut out letters so you could personalise them.
Have your name,
you know, with
on
the
there,
name on there, or if they're into dinosaurs or whatever they're into, diggers and things, you know, you could have
projects
fun.
for them to even do.
Absolutely,
you know, they could
do one. Yeah, you do one with a grandchild or something. So,
or for cats and dogs.
Yes,
you could do, you know, for your cat and dog
yeah,
absolutely. You could sort of personalise that with. So how does it work?
This is what the Lamifix looks like off the roll, if you like. I
have to say, if someone said to me, "What's that?" I would say, I haven't got a clue or how that's going to work. No, show us how it works.
So it's quite matte this side. You can see it's got a matte side and a gloss side. The gloss side is obviously the outer side that you want on the outside of your fabric.
Yeah.
So we'll press a piece onto this fabric here now, if you like.
Yeah, of course. Let's get the iron
The
out.
best thing to do is to cut a piece slightly bigger than the fabric that you're working to.
Okay.
So just cut it so that it's slightly larger. The instructions tell you to sort of soft set it first, then cut down. So if you cut it oversized, then you can trim it down to the exact size
afterwards.
Yes, like if you were making a bag and it was for a specific pattern piece, and then repress. So we can do that now.
Actually, saying that, you could just do it on some pockets, couldn't you? Just to give it, rather than it being waterproof, but you could just do it to add a shine and detail. So if you've got a whole bag, you could add a gloss to, almost like gloss paint, isn't it? You know, you're covering.
This sort of bag, I could have done it on the inside as well.
Yeah, but I quite like the contrast of two.
That's it. So it says that it's actually, at this stage, to light iron, it's actually ironable. But, you know, it's really scary, isn't it, putting an iron
just
on
onto
plastic?
that, yeah. Is this, as well, did you just cut this with paper scissors?
Yes.
Just regular scissors?
Yeah, just any scissors, really. I'm not sure, this little iron? I'm not sure what setting this is on. Is it on sort of a low, well, not low, but on a medium heat setting, is it? Not too high.
Yeah, that's the steam there. And
no steam yet,
no,
just dry.
Cool.
Okay, so I've got a protector here. I'll put this on to begin with, just to be on the safe side.
Just because you quite naturally think, like you say, probably shouldn't iron straight onto plastic.
But so do what you're comfortable with. It is going over onto the ironing board, and that's fine actually, because that's another thing. Unlike some Fusible products, which has an adhesive, it doesn't have an adhesive, so it won't.
Oh, so it's not going to adhere to the fabric. It's just in terms of it's not going to be sticky.
There's no glue there, so to leave a residue on your ironing mat. But it's just because of the type of product, it must have some kind of reaction to stick to the fabric. So. It sounds like the steam coming out of that.
Oh wow, we're already running low on stock on this. And this is Lamifix, so you're getting a metre of this, HQGQ84.
Shouldn't be on the mat.
And it's $3.95. It shouldn't be on the mat.
Shouldn't be on the mat yet. So what you can do is, if you give it a light press, you can see there where it's stuck solid, it's darker in areas and lighter. So that's not completely fixed in all areas.
It almost looks like air bubbles underneath.
That's right.
It is exactly like laminating paper in that sense, isn't it? You can see where it's not adhered properly.
That's it. So you can just press it down a little bit more. It's a cute little iron.
It's cute. We had this on yesterday. It's a little prim mini iron. Very cute.
Okay. So we shall see how that's perfect now.
Now you can see it.
And it's iron your fabric first, obviously, to get any creases out, because otherwise you're going to be fixing those in. So you can see now.
Do you have to use this Teflon?
It actually says you can actually iron.
But just for protection, you sort of.
I'm just always be on the safe side. If you've got a protective, you know,
it's not
something.
going to do any harm.
It's not going to do it,
No.
but it's not going to do any harm. You can see it has adhered to the ironing mat, but it just comes away.
Just peel straight off.
Yeah, and it doesn't leave any residue. Unlike if you iron your Fusible, wadding the wrong side, and then your ironing mat's a mess.
That's so cool.
So you can see now. I wanted to show you half fixed, because then
so
you can see
how
how
you've
it's
got those bubbles
all those
to
bubbles and it's adhering. But can you see how flexible still it is?
You can
still
work
very
with
pliable.
Yeah.
So it's
and then you
lovely
can
and soft.
sew with that still.
Yeah. I mean, if you like, I can.
So we can still put that through the machine.
Yeah,
Shall we just so you can see that it does still?
If I stitch this.
But if you did both sides, if you coated both sides, you could still stitch through it as well. It's still fine.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Let's just see that go through the machine.
Okay.
then.
So as I say, the instructions do tell you to do it oversized and then cut down the edges away. But that would be because if that's inside your bag, it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
You could do it with a rotary
It's just extra
cutter
sort of
or
bulk, isn't it?
Yeah. So you can just trim then any excess off. But I say there's I can't say it. The
Vliesiline, I know. We're not sure.
Vliesiline. I was saying it's a bit like when, for us older people, when when Jif changed to Sif.
No,
it was
it's just
so
like,
wrong.
what's the name? I don't know which one it is.
It was just so wrong, and now we're all used to
I
Sif
don't know
now.
why I'm not sure why that name change came about.
I think it's to do with European
Sort of branding in different places.
and it was Sif in most of Europe and Jif here.
Fusible, so it's like Marathon and Snickers.
Yeah. So,
but you do get used to it. You do just get used to whatever they change it to, don't they? Before
that's
you know
right.
it.
So I'll just stitch this, and then we can turn it back out just a little, just to show you how it stitches. If you're stitching on the right side of it and it's a little bit slippery, you find it's a little bit slippery, your walking foot will help. Or also you can just put a bit of tissue paper.
Oh, right.
Or
like kitchen roll or something. You could just put...
Or stitch and tear. If you've got Vliesiline stitch and tear, that's perfect as well, because then it just perforates just like tissue paper, but it just gives you something to grip.
It's not going to be quite as
It's not
shiny.
going to be as slippery too.
Over half the stock of this has already gone HQ, GQ, 84. It's $3.95 and you're getting a metre, so perhaps if you are making a bag, like we've just done all of those bag things in that last hour, but a beach bag or anything like that, that's going to potentially get a bit wet or even grubby, that you can just wipe it. It is...
Well, that's it, actually. It's not always about being waterproof, is it? It's like the dirt that can get on things,
it's keeping
and it gives it a very durable surface.
It does just give it a very different feel as well.
That's right. So I can turn this. You can see I can turn this back through. It's quite weird.
Yeah, it almost feels sort of wrong, but it is fine.
Yeah. And if you've had to be quite aggressive turning something through like this, then you can, one of those little, I actually just held it and put the iron back over it, so if you've got any air pockets reappearing,
you can just
re-adhere that with some heat. But you can see how easy it was for me to stitch. So it stays quite pliable.
Great.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So before we move on to the other ones, can you just show us the few different products that we're showing this morning from Vliesiline? So we've not just got the Lamifix, but just talk us through those other three.
Okay, so
just
that's the Lamifix that
so we
we've
know
got
what
there.
we've got coming up.
And then we have, do you want big pieces or small pieces?
Whichever you prefer.
We've got, this is the
grid.
Fusible grid, like an interfacing. I'm going to be stitching this shortly. So this comes like the Lamifix is not very wide, so you get a metre, but it's
like a roll,
45 centimetres. Is it wide? It's a bit like
we'll check that for
you. Like Bondaweb. It doesn't come as wide as normal fabric. So do think about that when you're ordering, because you might be disappointed you haven't got quite enough for a bigger bag project.
Oh, I see what you mean.
You might want to order
more. You might double to put it over the two sides.
That's right, because I think it's like, let's say, if it's 45 centimetres, it's just under half a metre wide. So
if your fabric's 112, or it's going to be
whereas I think this comes wider because look, this is a big piece.
This is almost like graph paper.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
it's not. It's interlining.
So it's like a medium weight fusible interfacing, but it's got this grid, 1-inch grid printed onto it, And I actually did this technique with normal interfacing a few months ago, actually.
Yeah.
But I hadn't got the benefit of knowing about this product then. So I just cut out my squares and did it on normal interfacing. But this is great that it's got this grid for you. So that will be coming on to that.
Okay.
And then we've got...
Okay,
thank you. We've got 2 waddings. One is a fusible and one is not.
Okay, so the fusible one, again, is a metre, isn't it?
That's our one, and this is our other one.
Da-da-da.
Yeah, these are quite big. This is the fusible wadding.
We were looking at these this morning. There's 2 different waddings this morning, and they have quite a different feel to them, don't they? Depending on, you know, which one.
This would be classed as quite, not high loft, but medium loft. So it's quite, sort of, you know, a bit more dense.
Yeah.
And springy. And you can, I don't know if you can see very closely with the camera, the little pebbles of adhesive on there. So
they feel very different on that
spots.
other side. Yeah, on that adhesive side.
Just little spots of adhesive. That's the fusible side. But yes, it's a medium loft, so it would be good for where you want something to show that denseness, sort of quilted sort of tie backs or placemats, or
where you want to see
where you want to have a little bit more of that bounce. Yeah. Or bags, like you say, which we'll come on to. So that's the fusible
Good
one.
old bags. We can't get away from bags.
Love bag making. And then this is the thermolam, which actually it can be a bit confusing.
This is the soft one.
Yeah,
that's really super soft.
And with a name like thermolam, you expect it to have a thermal quality almost.
Yeah.
You think, is it to go in oven gloves or things
something
like that?
like a heat protector or a heat mat.
But it's not. But it does feel more like a natural wadding.
Yep.
So it is polyester, which you wouldn't believe because it looks like a natural.
It's almost like a very soft felt.
It's like a wool felt.
Yeah.
So that's why it has more of a natural quality to it, although it is polyester, and it's got. It's a very dense, but it retains its softness. So, like you say, it's a very dense fabric. It's not sort of got a lot of air in it like a foam.
No, it's very tightly sort of...
Yeah, a very dense wadding, but it retains a nice softness. Be great for, well, all sorts of things. I actually put it in, I've actually got a layer of it in this wash bag, this little wash bag. So it's not fused, obviously, so you've got your Lamifix, and then I just put a layer inside the 3 layers as I was stitching that together, so it gives it its nice rigidity. And I say, but
really, I just
really good for
it.
Yeah,
it's a really soft one.
It is more like a natural wadding, so it's really a really nice wadding, that one. So we'll be coming. I'll be showing you some things with that.
Okay. And the only other Vliesiline thing we've got this hour that's brand new, just want to show you so you know what's coming up. And we've seen this once before, and this was really, really popular, so we brought it back on. You wouldn't think, would you? Because it's just like it's like the most unglamorous thing ever. But it's an iron cleaner, so it's kind of like it looks a little bit like a glue stick, and basically you just pop this on the bottom of your iron. You heat your iron up to a fairly low setting, and then once you've you can just see here the stick itself. Once you've turned the iron on and pop this on, you can just wipe the bottom of your iron, and it removes any sort of burn marks, any scorch marks, any scratches. And it's $2.95, QRGQ86.
You expect it to be almost creamy. I did when I opened it.
It's not like a stick,
but it's actually a little bit chalky. And it smells like old-fashioned laundry soap, doesn't it? So yes, you would rub this on. You put the iron on sort of a medium, heat, a 2 heat setting, and then you can rub this on the plate, and it reacts a little bit, bubbles away, and then we just wipe the iron with a cloth.
And also, this doesn't leave any residue on your iron either. When we use it on our iron here, you can just wipe it straight off. It's not going to leave sort of white marks or anything on there, so it's easy to wipe off. Just to let you know as well, the neutral fabric bundle has sold out. So if you did want a fabric bundle this morning, the only one we've got left is that blue one that Angie's also working with right now. So back to you.
Right, okay.
Now you know what's coming up. We can. So we have the Lamifix. Over half the stock of that's gone. Again, you get a metre of that, but as Angie was saying, it's quite a narrow metre. So if you're going for a bigger project where you're going to want to cover perhaps a whole big bag, you might need 2 of those just for the width.
Stock up, yeah. To have a play with. I'm just going to trim that selvage.
Again, I think that's one of those products where if you have that at home, you would only realise once you have it, like, oh, I could use it for that. Like, quite often now we find ourselves saying on the show, oh, you could undercoat that, or you could, because you can add that wipeable sort of element to it, where you've got that, it just gives you the option.
It's nice to have it in that, well, if you come up with an idea for a project or something. So these are the two waddings that we've just been talking about. This is the fusible one.
So we'll start with the fusible one.
Yeah, so I'm going to show you how this feels when it's, and how to fuse it to a piece of fabric. So you can't really tell with
right side
planes, can you? But what you want to put is the adhesive to the wrong side of your fabric, obviously, so that it looks, you know, you're staying with your right sides out.
Again, do you go slightly larger with the...
Normally, I've just cut the selvage off this because it's just ugly, isn't it? Yeah. So normally you'd have your fabric slightly larger. Your fabric, not the wadding. Although when you're quilting, you tend to always have the wadding
slightly,
So because of that, like you say, if you have got this sticking out, that's why it's always good to have your protective sheet, your ironing sheet, because the adhesive's going to stick to that.
That is going to be sticky.
That is going to be sticky, So always use your protective strip. Or if you've just got some, I use baking parchment at home. So if you don't have a sheet, then you can use what you have lying around in the cooking cupboard. The thing that's amazed me with this fusible wadding, normally when you put an iron anywhere near a polyester wadding, it flattens the loft out of it.
So it goes really sort of...
really rigid.
Like it's been rolling pin, like someone's just got over it with a, you know, just like a steamroller.
It ends up like a thin biscuit. Just really rigid and horrible. But this actually retains its...
it springs
plumpness.
back.
Yeah. So,
Should we show how we fuse that then?
I'll just put that on for you. So again, I'm just going to do that because of the adhesive.
So what's the benefit of it being fusible?
The benefit of it being fusible, if you are making, when we quilt things, sometimes we have to baste. Well, most of the time you have to baste things in place so that when you're quilting, the 3 layers don't shift. So that's one reason. So it's going to prevent everything from shifting. So you don't have to baste, because this is the basting process, if you like. You may be working on a project that you don't want to quilt.
Yeah.
So you want the quilted feeling, but you don't actually want stitched lines through your project. So I know with some bags, you want to show off if you've got stunning fabric, you might just want to use the fabric as it is and not have quilted lines over it.
To disturb the sort of design. You just want to keep it flat.
You just want to have that, but you want that that density and that quilted feel. So, you know, so 2 ways really.
Was that the bag that you made? Was that using this fusible one? Or was that using this one?
Yes, I've done that little sample to show you the kind of...
so if you want to keep it, it gives it that, you can keep it smooth?
Yes, that's right. So that's no quilting, that is just, you can see the wadding.
But because it's fusible, that's how that's been attached.
If that was just a piece of fabric, that would be quite limp, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it wouldn't even stand up, would it?
To show
you
the body
sort of
that it gives you. So, yeah. And also... there's some very, you know, the instructions that come with these, and the Vlieseline website have got really good instructions about how many seconds you're supposed to have the heat on
use it
and things like that. Yeah, so but they're quite straightforward.
Actually, it's a great website. I've been on their website, and like you say, they talk about the product benefits. They talk about how to use it. They talk about where you can use it.
There are some tutorials too, with some video tutorials.
Yeah, on YouTube as well. They have tutorials of how to use some of their products.
Yeah, so. I think I can't remember, there's so many products here, I can't remember, they're all different seconds.
Just counting in your head, like 1 Mississippi, 2.
But I think you are, I think this one says then you just leave it to cool down 30 minutes flat, which I've used fusible wadding before and never really thought about that, but actually that would make sense because you've just melted the adhesive, if you like, with the heat.
Yeah.
So then by leaving it to cool and go hard again, then it's going to give, not hard because it's a tiny little, it's going to set. So it's not going to come away.
Yeah.
So yes, when you have fused it, then you can just leave it set to make sure it's properly set. If you're going to quilt over it, it's not so much of a problem because you're going
it's
to
more of a basic. The ironing is more basic. I suppose it depends on your final product.
Yeah.
If you're going to leave it like this bag here, then you
definitely
want
leave
it to be
set. Yeah,
secure.
because you don't want it coming away. But you can see the bounce. It hasn't lost any of that springiness.
Despite the fact you pressed down with
that's
the
so
iron.
I'm creasing the fabric by doing that, but you can see with that it's still, it's got lovely bounce and spring still in the product. So it hasn't gone like a biscuit, thankfully.
So that one there is the fusible wadding. So that you just use the iron for it. It's going to adhere to your fabric. RPGQ40, and that's for a metre piece. And as you said, that's a much wider piece compared to the Lamifix.
Yeah, I mean that piece there, I've actually done these projects with. So that's yes, this one. That's what's left. So that's what's left after I've still made a couple of items.
These bits and pieces.
Yeah, so you can see it's quite wide.
And again, it was just applying to the wrong side, the adhesive side. That's it's almost like a pebble dash. You can feel that rough texture to it, but just popping that side onto the wrong side of the fabric, iron away, and off you go.
You can see it's adhered.
And then it's
quite,
stuck,
because you can't pull that apart.
That's stuck. That's fully.
That's actually pulling the wadding apart, not the adhesive.
Fantastic.
Very good. Very easy to use.
Yeah, taking out that basting as well is a bit of a chore, isn't it? You know, it's. Some people use a bit of glue.
And I like the fact, like you say, especially for a project that you don't want a lot of quilting on.
No.
So
if you don't want to add those extra lines or disturb the design, if you've got a busy fabric as well, sometimes you don't want that extra pattern. You don't want
you want to let the fabric
speak for itself.
Yeah. So you don't want to quilt over it. So
great.
Perfect.
So we also had another wadding. I swap you.
This one I don't need to. It's not.
This isn't an ironing one, so we can swap
back.
You want to swap back? Doesn't it feel strange? You get used to standing on one side. I'm always on this side, and Angie's always on this side.
I've actually got these two samples here to try and show because I, appreciate it's quite hard to show.
When you can't feel, we always need your hands. You need to be able to feel, to know what's going on. Just trying to show you the difference between the waddings.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right to describe this. It's like a felt, more like a wool felt. It feels like a very natural product, which is lovely, even though it's polyester. You can just sew it in to a bag, so it's not an adhesive one. You could actually.
It's denser as well, isn't it? It's
very dense. Not quite as high loft, I'd say, as the springy one that we've just shown you with the medium loft. So, but it's still quite a decent. It's not too thin.
Do you know what it reminds me of? When you get really, really thick cotton wool. You know, you can get different types of cotton wool pads, and some of them are really, like, you could just pull them apart really easily, and some of them are really sort of thick. Yeah, it's got that real dense sort of, and just very soft.
Very, very soft. So this is to show, this is the fusible one. So I don't know if the camera can pick up how the denseness in the quilting on that where I've stitched. You can see
you get some height, don't you?
Yes, it's got the definition in it, more definition in where it's stitched. So that's just a simple grid I've stitched on there, and I've done the same on this one. And I think it shows that it's got a little bit more drape.
Yes, you don't create such definite lines. It's not such.
So it doesn't have so much definition in the quilting structure. When the light catches them, you can definitely see the grid on that, whereas you don't see it so much on that. And it's got a softness to the drape.
So this one here is the Thermolam, and this one here is the Fusible. But you can definitely see a difference if you look, in the height of the.
And if you hold them sort of, to show the drape, this one's definitely floppier. So depending on, this is the world of wadding, as I say to my students, the very confusing world of wadding, but there's so different waddings for different purposes, isn't there?
Yeah.
For different end product, like you say, what you're looking for.
End product-wise then, what would you, with that extra drape and with slightly less definition, what would you lean towards?
It's kind of works in several different elements, this one, because it gave some great rigidity to this little little bag that I made there. So it's because of the denseness for sort of table runners or wall hangings. It's got that sort of denseness, but then it still retains some softness. So It really is, and a lot of people out there,
it's versatile. It's just
personal preference as well.
What you prefer to use them for.
But it just depends. Like you say, that's got the nice denseness, but without the puffiness, because it's
It's
pointless
funny, isn't it, as
having
well,
the
when you
puffiness in
combine. If you just this pouch would be so different if you took away those two products. So it was just fabric.
Yeah.
It would be a totally different. That's it with just the Lamifix.
That's just the Lamifix. So again,
this is it with when you introduce the Thermalam. So again, it's just it makes it a completely different product, and it depends exactly what you want to use it for. You might just want a pouch. You might just want a fabric sort of purse, but if you want to add it's different dimensions and different structures, isn't it?
I think this would be better as well in a heated scenario. So I've made these two coasters here, which we'll come on to with the grid. This one's got the Thermalam in, and although I think looking at them, you can see slightly that this one has more puffiness to it. So the adhesive one, you can see that the quilting is more prominent. But generally, they don't feel that much different.
No.
But I think this would take heat maybe a little bit better because of the density.
Yeah, it feels like, I know it sounds so silly, but you couldn't tear it. That's not tear. It's very, it is stronger.
It's
It is because it's dense.
Yeah. So, but like you say, it's about personal preferences really as well, and the different choices of your project. So that's why these different waddings we
come
have
into
to
play.
come into play. Yes, for us to keep.
So the fabric that Angie's been using in this hour, this is a blue bundle, and we're selling this. It's 2.5 meters of fabric. You get 5 half-meter cuts of different blues. So you've got the spot-on blue, you've got a cornflower blue, you've got a sort of an optical white. You've also got a darker blue, and you've got a linear texture blue as well. You can just see that on your screens. LYGC 37. So as I said, it's 2.5 meters of fabric in total. It's some of those ones that Angie's got here this morning. The neutral one has already sold out. That was super speedy, really
That's
quick.
good.
But $19.45 for that blue one. If you do like some of these fabrics, like in this toiletry bag this
They
morning.
work well together, don't they? I thought,
Yeah,
when I got sent the 2 bundles, I thought, can I use them both?
Yeah, can I put them together, please? I like them actually in the coasters. They work well.
That's going to confuse people because I'm going to use both together. But yeah.
So the coasters, how did we do those?
Okay, so the coasters...
I'm just going to keep my hands on here because it's comfy.
Yeah. It's lovely, isn't it?
Just going to stand like this for the rest
I think we should have had it on for Christmas a couple of weeks ago.
I should have had it as a shawl, like a poncho.
Yeah, it's very Christmassy.
Yeah,
Make
it is actually.
a snowy base to your Christmas tree.
It's like white felt. It's just like a thicker white felt.
So what I'd like to show you here is the now the fusible interfacing with the 1-inch grid printed on it. And this is a great way to do very accurate piecing with squares that takes away all that sort of pinning all those points together.
So you can use that as your indicator.
Use this as your indicator, yes. And one thing I just wanted to explain, because it's 1-inch grid, the first thing I did experimenting with this was cut loads of 1-inch squares, okay, because this is how this thing works. In fact, it's very difficult to see when you put it on a green background, but if you put it on white, you can actually see the grid much stronger. Because you're placing the adhesive is on the side that's not printed, so that's the side that you would need to work on. So, in this instance, I moved my mat out of the way at home and had it on the table so that you can see the grid, because you need to see where you're placing your squares. So basically, you cut all your pieces out of your patchwork that you want to do and position them onto the grid, whatever design you like. And I merrily went away doing all this, thinking of coasters. And then stitched it all together and came out with this tiny little thing, completely forgetting.
Which is lovely, but it is just very small.
And this would be very tricky to do,
yes,
without the aid of the grid interfacing. But yes, don't forget.
It is going to, once you've stitched it.
If you're working with a 1-inch square to start with, once you've taken away your 1/4-inch seam either side, you're going to end up with 1/2-inch.
So it's going to be,
so it's really, really tiddly piecing. And you might have a need for this.
Clothing, if you're making, clothing or anything like that. If you want
but little pin cushions, little cute pin cushions or things like that. But yes, I thought that's not going to really make my coaster now, is it? Because you start with a square like that.
You think, that's perfectly sizable for a mug.
That's 5 squares, so I'll do that. So do bear that in mind. So you might be thinking, well, so what's the benefit of having it in 1 inch squares then?
Yeah.
But don't forget that you can use any
increment.
Yeah. Thank you. Any increment of that. So then you can go up to 2 inch squares, 3 inch squares, 4 inch squares, 6 inch squares if you're doing a bigger patchwork project.
Yeah, just use that as a guide.
You just use that as your guide. So what I'll do here is we've got some 2 inch squares.
Would you do this? Could you do this just on your ironing board? So rather than, I was just thinking, once you've laid all of that out, then you've got to sort of tentatively move this over to the ironing.
Good
point.
If
you just do it straight away on there, you can straight away pop that into place.
And I actually put a piece of paper out of my printer just underneath.
Just so you can see
for the whiteness and to carry it to the ironing board, because then you can slip it off.
That's another option. I was just imagining tiptoeing loads and loads of 1 inch squares and them just going everywhere once you've laid them out.
Absolutely. So yes, bear that in mind when you're working. As well, if you're working on a big project, you can't put that on an A4 piece of paper.
No.
You know, if you're working on a bigger piece. So yeah, definitely lay that out where you can
on your ironing board or an ironing mat
straight away. So
do you want to do that rather than we just?
We can do that. You're being very kind. So we can just lay.
So we're not working on the side. You work on the reverse side of the grid.
So the print's on that side. You'll actually feel you can feel the adhesive again.
You can. There's sort of a tiny
bit more scratchy. That side's very smooth, so you can feel the scratchiness of the adhesive. So I'm just going to position some of these. Just a simple exercise to show how it works.
And again, if you weren't using a fusible interlining, what would be your normal routine for this?
This, then, you would lay out your design and you would start by chain piecing in the strip. So you'd have to pick each one up and stitch them in rows. But then when you come to join the rows together, you've got to do very accurate pinning at each point to get all those.
So that's tailgating, isn't it? When you take it through the machine, like you butt up the next one against
that's it. When you get a big chain, a bunting, sort of a chain of fabric. Yeah, so you'd be chain piecing, but you would take an awful long time pinning all the pieces together to get those accurate joins. So it works really well.
So this is iron-on interlining. It's got those grid marks on there. If you've just tuned in this morning, it's got 1 inch squares already marked onto the interlining in sort of a golden, lines. You can see it here. And this is fusible, so you can iron this straight on to adhere your fabric to the interlining. So great if you want to lay out patchwork squares. If you've got little fiddly bits and pieces, then as you can see, Angie's just about to iron that straight onto it, rather than having to go through that process, as we just said, of chain piecing.
Yeah. So you can just fuse these in position. And because it's quite a soft interfacing, so it doesn't obviously add too much bulk to the piecing.
No, just a little bit of sort of texture.
Yeah.
If you have got things in your basket, please do check them out. Your order's not guaranteed while it's in your basket, so if you're on the website, you just need to make sure you've gone all the way through to the end, because the stock's going really quickly on some of these. And it's only 1 postage and packaging per day, so you won't be charged twice if you do want to buy something. Just check out your baskets.
So you can see that's all fused in place.
Brilliant.
We can swap places again now, because I'll get on with stitching it. So although you can accurately lay them down, but if your squares are not a little bit smaller or whatever, you don't have to be too fussy about it. Just place them on the grid, and then what we're going to do is actually crease along the seam. And take that to the machine and stitch quarter inch.
So it gives you an obvious line of where to stitch.
That's right. So crease along the print line.
With the fusible wadding, they said sort of allow 30 minutes for that to adhere.
Yes.
Does this suggest that as well, or you can just leave this one?
You can just
you can go straight away.
Go straight away with this one. Yes. Fab. Yeah. So I'll just stitch my quarter inch seam along here. I've just got my regular foot on and my needle moved across. On this machine to a quarter inch position. Lovely. So we can stitch in one direction, the 2 verticals. Oh, didn't cut. I can be a bit too quick with the scissor button on this machine.
Just go.
Yeah. And then I'm going to do the next row.
But it's great that you've got that there as the guide, because obviously otherwise it's just where the seam of those 2 pieces of fabric come together and you have to keep checking back to the front and looking, but because the marking's on the back,
That's
you can
right.
see the line to follow it.
All the grid line. It's very strongly printed.
Ooh.
We have a bit of a
jam
there. I think I didn't quite hang on to the thread, so it sucked it back down.
While Angie's just doing that, also this ironing stick has been really, really popular this morning. Like I said, it was really popular last time it was on as well. It's probably the most unglamorous thing to be talking about on a Sunday morning, an iron cleaner. But what you can use this for is it's only $2.95. It's just a stick here you can see. And you just apply this to the bottom of your iron. You rub it all over the base of the iron with it on a sort of a low to medium heat, sort of a 2 setting probably. And then you use a cloth and just wipe it off, and it removes any burn marks, any scratch marks off the bottom of your iron. So as well, if you're about to iron perhaps a lighter fabric as well, perhaps a beige or a white or anything where you might have a residue that's going to transfer, you don't want scratch marks going onto.
You want to make sure.
It's nice and clean. This is from Vlieseline again, $2.95 QRGQ86. Really popular this morning. The iron cleaner.
Everyone got lots of dirty irons.
Lots of people with
from all this crafting.
Yes, too much crafting. And the other thing that's really popular as well, we've not even spoken about, but is this the sheet that Angie's been using. It's Teflon non-stick, so you can just place this over if you're working with Fusible, interlining, interfacing, wadding, and you're worried about any of that adhesion transferring onto your iron. Either clean it using the ironing stick, or you can use this Teflon sheeting press sheet. It's 46 centimetres by 46 centimetres. And for that press sheet, and that's $15.95. And then the other thing people are asking to see this morning is this little mini iron that Angie's been using. So you might have noticed this. This is perfect. It's a travel iron, so you can take it on the go with you. But it's also a steam iron, which is quite unique to sort of smaller travel ones to take on the go. Which is, so you can just see that valve in the top there. You can pop water in the top of it. Great for if you're dressmaking and you've got hems and cuffs that you want to get into smaller, more intricate parts. But also yesterday, Janice was saying that her mum's getting older and the normal iron is quite heavy now to lift and to work with, and something smaller is a bit more. And it's a nice comfortable grip on the top there, just and really easy to use. If you are struggling, maybe with arthritis.
Very ergonomic to hold.
I think that's really comfy. That's the sort of thing you just want to put your hand over. I don't know why. It's just the shape of it, isn't it?
It is really
easy to use. So XAPH07 from little mini steam iron. Comes with a little drawstring bag as well, so you can take it to hotels or if you're travelling a lot and take it on the go.
Absolutely. Or
so back to
class.
Yeah, to classes,
to
workshops and Festival of Quilts.
So we've stitched in one direction down our seams here, and this little, as I say, I've done this process myself without the grid, just with a normal interfacing. But I hadn't come across this next process. So they recommend then that you snip very carefully, not obviously through your stitching, but just nip these on the grid line.
Oh, okay.
There, and we do the same there and there. And what this cleverly does is then when we come to stitch in the other direction...
you've got the bend.
It saves you some bulk.
Yes.
So, as I say, that was quite a nice little addition. And you can turn your seams to lie... not quite...
alternate ways.
Yeah, so I'll go this way with this one. This one wants to sit this way. You can set your seams in the opposite direction as you would if you were piecing in a traditional manner.
So you're going to get a flatter finish as opposed to anything too bulky.
Finish, yeah, because otherwise then you would have them one side if you hadn't snipped. It might not be so easy. You see, I'm not having to use pins, so I can just flatten that out. All that you need to do now, of course, when you take this to the machine is just make sure as you're moving it along the machine, these don't kick back, but you can just carefully press them down. I've done the others, yeah.
So that interlining sort of showing you where to do that. So it shows you where to snip. You just use those lines rather than having to measure.
That's right.
So you've just got to check as they go through, I suppose.
Yeah. Just check that the one behind it hasn't kicked up. Okay. I can show that.
Do you still get satisfaction from finding new little tips like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a penny drop moment.
And then I'll just do the next row. No, and one thing I love about teaching, actually, you know, I'm there to teach ladies one thing, but you pick up so many.
Something else.
Yeah, we all exchange. That's quite nice about the social aspect of it, is that we all exchange ideas.
And knowledge and just different ways of doing things, you know, even if it's the same result but a different process.
Yeah, absolutely. It somehow starts the creative process going when you get a bunch of ladies who love the same thing in a room, feeding off each other. That's what's lovely.
Just sparky. I love it when you're in that sparky moment of like everyone's just in that creative like flow of just.
I had that. I was teaching the second day of my Westerly 3-day course yesterday, and I usually find that on the second session everything's starting to gel, and they're getting really excited and getting more comfortable, and we were just sort of bouncing ideas all over the place off each other. It was great yesterday, really.
It's an energy as well, isn't it? It gives you like there's an energy in the room and
definitely.
Oh, we've had a message. Let's see who that was from. This is from Julie. Morning, Julie. Let me just move out the way of the iron. Hi, you can use the grid interlining for smocking for ironing on the back of your fabric, so you don't have to mark your grid out. That's a great idea.
For smocking, yeah.
So if you pop it on the back of the fabric, then you can use that grid for smocking. Great, thanks, Julie. That's a fab idea. See?
And I guess it would give it that little bit of body as well.
In the back of it, if you want to give it that sort of bit more rigidity.
So you can see there we've got perfect corners where all the squares are meeting without really having to try very hard.
No, we didn't have to get a single ruler out. We didn't have to get a pen out. We didn't have to pin.
No pins whatsoever. And that's just beautifully pieced together and very, very easy.
And then you could incorporate that into, you know, if you wanted to, into a coaster or a larger project.
Like I say, you could be working with 6-inch squares or whatever. You could even, I was thinking about this, you could even have prepared a whole pattern of a quilt top with half square triangles or done some piecing beforehand and then position
the squares once you've squared them off.
Yeah.
Then you've got
on the grid as well, so you can get if you've got a tricky design going on, it's a great way sometimes by fusing it once it's laid out, because we all know with chain piecing you lay it out and then you have to remember
where you're going to put it,
where you're piecing together, so you can get pieces in the wrong place sometimes. So to fuse it all down like that's something that was quite tricky or a bit more elaborate.
Well, it allows you to look at the whole overall picture, doesn't it? Because you can lay it out in one big go and go, actually I want to move that now before I iron that into place, so then all of a sudden you get that overall look rather than having to think, where did that go, or where am I going to put that?
And you can see that as I went larger, the seam allowance is less of a problem, if you like. It shrinks less because it's still only half an inch that you're losing.
It's only a quarter or a half of a bigger proportion, isn't it?
Exactly. So we've started with 2-inch squares here, but we've retained 1.5 inches of them, so it's less obvious than the shrink down from using the 1-inch squares for this tiny piecing. But it's really, really cute.
Was there a moment when you went, "Oh, I know what I've done here.
Absolutely,
this is going to be tiny."
You can just be charging away at a project. And as I said, I'd cut my squares out.
The baby quilt. It's very pretty.
I'd cut my squares out, thinking coaster sort of size. Yeah, with.
I reckon you could just about fit a very small teacup on there like that.
Your sherry glass.
Yeah. Like a shot glass in the middle, just pop that in the side. But as well, you could mix and match these. So you could have some smaller sections in the middle, then you could use bigger blocks as you move out, or like you say, with your triangles, or loads of options.
Yeah, absolutely. You could get quite creative with it. But I love the fact that it's you can get those accurate corners, accurate piecing without any pinning. It does then just recommend. You can see that the seams that then just naturally lie. In a sort of opposites to each other, so you haven't got a lot of bulk in one area, and it it recommends then that you steam your design.
Oh, okay.
To
Other way
obviously,
around, on the top,
so then you can physically steam that pressed when you're at the point of finishing that. And that's what I did with these coasters. So that's exactly the process I've done here. As I say, one's got Thermolam in there, and the other one's got the does the adhesive one have a name, or is it just
it is, what's the adhesive? I think it's because there's Lamifix, there's Thermolam, and then I think that's just called Fusible wadding.
Fusible medium loft wadding.
See, there's a whole Fusible medium loft wadding.
Yes.
Buy it now. That sounded like one of those to do like an advert.
So yeah, and then I've just bound those, put some binding on the edge. I have actually quilted. You've quilted them in the ditch. And,
so this here, this is the interlining that we've been working with. You can see it here. That it's a fusible interlining with those grid marks on. Actually, if you sort of need something pale behind to see the marks on there. But perfect if you want to use 1 inch, 2 inch, even bigger, sort of 3, 4, 5 inch squares, for laying out for piecing things together. FHGQ 74, and you get 1 metre of that. And the Lamifix, let's have a look at that. We're just checking the stock on that, but that's been really popular today. If you've not seen that before...
We have a little piece of it there.
We've got a little piece of it here, but it's kind of like laminate. It's really basically laminating fabric, isn't it? To make it wipeable. So it's making it, you could run a cloth over that if you've got makeup or toiletries or anything inside, or just want to add a different dimension to it because it gives it a real sheen.
Gloss. It is the gloss version.
Oh well, if everybody checks out, there's only 2 of these left, so if that's in your basket, please do move quick. 0800 112 4433.
Really lovely for gifts, isn't it? Like little wash bags. And
I
things
think
like
as well.
that,
It just makes it look very professional.
Yeah.
And again, it's just a different feel. It depends what. And then the 2 waddings we've also had in this hour. So we had 2 different options for those. We had the Fusible medium loft wadding that Angie so perfectly described.
And that's
so this one here,
actually.
again, this is the one. We were saying this is great if you don't want to quilt, with wadding. So rather than adding
you don't
those
want to stitch. Yeah.
It's giving you that, it remains really bouncy. Even once you've ironed it, you can see there it's got a thickness to it. It's like a medium loft, but it doesn't go like Angie said. Sometimes when you press wadding, it goes like a thin biscuit, like a cracker. You don't want wadding like a cracker. You want it to be nice and like a Victoria sponge. It needs to be nice and squidgy.
It is. This is really bouncy. You can see it springs back.
And so if you've got a designed fabric where you don't want to add a quilting, you can keep that nice and smooth. This is fusible. Again, we used it with the Teflon sheeting this morning, but you can just adhere that to the fabric, leave it for about 30 minutes, just to make sure that it's sort of firmly stuck. But that's stuck on already, isn't it? And you just did that one.
Yeah. Yes, it's takes very, very quick and easy. Yes, to use.
And then the other wadding we had was the Thermolam, which is a really dense wadding. This is this one here. Yeah. It's really, really soft. This one, where's the, what did we make with this? Where's it gone? We had the quilt.
I've got those two blocks for you to...
But you maintain more of a drape with this one. Yeah. You don't have as much depth once you've quilted with it. So if you just want something, with slightly more... Half the stock has got of this as well. WCGQ71. But this is a really soft, very dense... It's polyester, but it actually feels
like a natural. Yeah, absolutely. It's like a wool felt, like a felt wadding. Yeah, it's really, really lovely.
And then another one where half the stock's gone, which is crazy. It's going to be this iron cleaner. Glam one of the day, our glam product. It kind of looks a bit like a glue stick. We've used this on our iron. You just pop this on the base of your iron, on a sort of probably a 2 heat setting, and then you just you rub it all over the base of the iron. Then you use a cloth to wipe off any residue or any scratch or burn marks. So just to keep your iron nice and clean. Obviously, if you don't want to transfer those marks to any fabrics that you're ironing or pressing. It's only $2.95 as well, so just one to add to your basket. And talking of irons, this is the little mini steam iron. Have you ever used this before today?
I haven't, no. I was going to say, would you like to press this for me?
Yeah, we can press this. Do you want to press it?
No, you can press it.
I'm going to press it. Okay. So we used it. I was going to use this.
You don't need to.
Don't need to.
Don't need
Go
to.
straight on. Okay. She trusts me. So this is a mini iron from Prim. It's a steam iron. We haven't got it on steam setting at the moment. But you can just pop water in the top of this. There's a valve in the top. It's great for taking on the go. You can, for travel with it. I don't want to iron. I've watched so many people telling me that it's pressing, not ironing.
But because that's already sort of got the grid backing on.
It's going to be okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
But it heats up really, really quickly. It's really lightweight. It's got a nice sort of soft grip on the top there. Like you said, like an ergonomic design that fits really comfortably in your hand. And just easy for taking travelling, to classes, to workshops.
Really long lead as well, I'm just looking at, which is, a decent lead, which is sometimes a bugbear when you have things with really short leads.
I always have an extension lead on my iron, normally because I want it in front of the TV, so I'm trying to move the ironing board more closer to the TV so I can do 2 things at once.
A decent lead.
But nice decent length lead on that as well.
Thank you, that's fine.
Is that better now?
Yes, yeah, it was springing back up before.
XAPH07 is the Prim mini iron. And then, those are the main products that we've looked at this morning. But we were also saying with that Lamifix, if you wanted to create placemats,
Yes.
And if you double that, where's the one that we did the double, you did the two-sided one? I
is
say we, it was all Angie. Angie did all the work.
This was just when I first opened the packet and was, just wanted to sort of have a little experiment before I dived in designing something. So I just did this little scrap of fabric just to see
how it
changes the body of the fabric. Yeah. I think one mistake that I think I made with this placemat is trimming perhaps a fraction too closely. Where I would leave sort of 5mm around the edge rather than just a couple of mil, I think it would just be more hard wearing, less likely for that, because those two pieces of Lamifix are adhered together.
Yeah.
But if there was a little bit more, it would be harder, sturdy edge to it, and so water wouldn't penetrate. But I've trimmed that very close actually. So that's the only thing I'd recommend if you're doing placemats. But yes, you can see it's taken several layers. In some areas here we have 1, 2, 3, maybe 5 layers of fabric,
and it's
still sandwiched it all into that placemat. Yeah, so you could get quite creative with whatever you're doing
with the children, or whatever you fancy doing. Yeah. So thanks, Angie. We've been looking at all of those different Vliesiline products this morning. You're back in an hour.
I am,
and we're doing
a quilt as you go rug.
A quilt as you go rug, which we've never had on the show before.
Which is not quilted at all, but it's a patchwork as you go rug.
Patchwork as you go rug. That's what we're doing at 11 o'clock.
Yes, yeah.
So Angie will be back in an hour, but I'm just going to recap that fabric bundle that we've had, and we'll see you go and grab a drink, and we'll see you shortly. Thank you, Angie.
See you later.
So the fabric bundle that Angie's been working with this morning, if you're liking those blues, the neutral one sold out, but we've still got some blue in stock. So you get 5 different fabrics and 1/2 metre of each of these, so 2.5 metres in total. You've got 1/2 metre of this lovely sort of royal blue on the top here, and that's a spectrum solid, so just as you would expect, a nice rich uniform colour. Then underneath there, you've got your spot on that lovely sort of cornflower blue. Marine blue, this one is. And then you've got your cornflower blue. Again, a spectrum solid. Then you've got a linear texture, a linear look, sort of, with those cross hatching there. That's on Riviera blue. Oh, that sounds lovely, doesn't it? 1/2 metre there of that. And the last one is 1/2 metre of optical white. So 2.5 metres in total. Check out your baskets on those, LYGC37. So thanks to Angie, we've looked at all those new Vliesiline products in this hour. After the break, we're Stashbuilding. We've got some fabrics back in stock that you love, so don't go anywhere. I'll see you in 3.
Join us on Facebook. Simply search for The Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more. Tune in on Friday the 11th of August as we welcome designer and artist Anna Maria Horner to the studio. We'll find out all about Anna Maria's work and introduce her floral retrospective collection, brand new to Sewing Quarter. Anna Maria's designs, which include fabric prints, quilts, clothing and fine art, are renowned across the globe. Her fabrics combine vintage and modern elements, which, along with the masterful use of colour, create a timeless, elegant style. Anna Maria's work has influenced a generation of sewers and quilters, not least our very own Lucy Brennan, who will also feature in this unmissable morning of shows. So join us on Friday the 11th of August at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. for our Anna Maria Horner special, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order, or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com.
When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99.
When I started quilting, I'd seen Anna Maria Horner's fabric, and it was really inspirational to me. I love the way that she combines colours, and I have made a couple of quilts using her quilt patterns. I think she's really clever how she has created modern fabric, but it has a traditional feel to it at the same time. A lot of the colours she uses really appealed to me, and the way she mixes colours in quite an unusual way but it makes them really special, makes them stand out, and you know that it's her fabric. So this quilt was created using Anna Maria Horner's featherbed pattern, and I had some of my friends that I was in quilting bee groups with make some of these feathers, and I just arranged it according to the layout that I wanted with the number of feathers that I had, and I added in different blocks, and it was all hand quilted as well. So there's some of Anna Maria's fabrics in there, and there's lots of other people's fabric scraps, and it's a beautiful, huge quilt that lives on our bed.
Join us on Friday the 11th of August at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. for our Anna Maria Horner special. Only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Good morning, welcome back. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. So this is my stash building hour. We've got lots of lovely, gorgeous fabrics in bundles, and we've got some nautical bundles, which are really lovely this morning. And also we've got these linen look fabrics back in stock. So if you missed them last time, we've got some really gorgeous nautical fabrics with fish, with boats, with lighthouses, and lots of different things on there, on those natural linen look fabrics. So in fact, I'm going to start with those in this hour this morning. Let's have a look at this red one. These are cool. I've never seen these before. I think they must have only been on once and they sold out. So that's why it's taken a while to get them back in. So these are linen look fabrics. So they've got a really lovely natural feel to them, you know, with those, with that natural sort of sandy colour that you would expect in a linen. So they're a thicker fabric. Again, they'd be great for bags, great for more durable projects. But this has got such a lovely nautical feel to it. It feels like a very natural fabric, almost, you know, like a sort of a canvas feel. But all different designs here. So you've got stars on navy with your, you know, your red, white and blue, very classic colours. You know, you've got different fish detail with your anchors, and you've got your, with your boats, different sailing boats, the classic nautical stripes as you would, you know, that you typically associate with the beach. You've got polka dots, you've got sails, you've got sort of a gingham print as well, as I move down. So lots of different patterns within all of these little squares. If you wanted to take small sections, what's lovely about this, if you wanted to, you know, just to take a small area, then you could, and you'd have lots of detail within that design. So it almost looks patchworked, because, you know, it is a patchwork design with all of these different patterns on the actual fabric itself. BYFG18. So this is a linen look, and this is red, white and blue, and with that natural feel in the background as well. If you're lucky enough to have a beach hut, this would be fab for making, you know, if you want to take a hamper to the beach, or perhaps beach chairs, cushions and things like that, or perhaps to cover a chair in. And because it has got more weight and body to it, you could use this to cover a chair if you wanted to, or perhaps a little stool, or a window seat, anything like that. So one of these is actually a premiere this morning. Let's find our beach huts one. I'm from Southend. I'm from by the sea. If I'm, you know, happiest by the seaside. I love being by the sea. If I've got a day off, that's where you'll find me, walking along the seafront. I love it. So this is a beach hut fabric. This is brand new. This is a sort of a Panama weave, so it is a thicker fabric. It's a linen look. It's 80% cotton, 20% polyester, but it has got that natural sort of, if you look really, really closely, this is almost like sort of little grains of sand, which is really appropriate to the pattern of the fabric itself. You can just see there, it's sort of got that, that grainy effect to it. But a lovely print you can see there with the clouds, with the sailing boats, you've got lighthouse detail here, surfboards and bunting, and again sticking with that nautical colour theme with your typical red, white and blue, but also introducing some turquoise in this pattern with that linen look, which works really well together, like sort of more muted nautical tones. And you could fussy cut this as well, actually. You could take sort of small sections of this. So this is brand new today. Do you know I can hear seagulls outside? How great! Perfect timing. I literally just heard that. I don't know if anyone else is just me going mad. NSFG 54. This is a linen look beach hut fabric. This is brand new and by the half metre, and it's £4.95. I'll just open that out so you can see. Actually, as well, you could make a tablecloth for the garden with this. If you want to go for a summery picnic hamper. I spy a deck chair and an umbrella. So that's a premiere this morning. We've also got 2 other linen look fabrics. So the patchwork that I showed you in that red combination also comes in a blue. So this is a bit more fishy. This is great for bathrooms. You've got whales and seagulls and fish in this. I want a seahorse. Producer Paul said he's having a whale of a time, loves a pun. So here we go, we've got anchors, we've got starfish, we've got seagulls. Again, you've got those sailing boats and nautical stripes, but this is much, sticking to that blue theme with your dark blues, also your sky blues and your whites. I love this one with those sailing boats. You've got whales here, you've got starfish. Oh, the lighthouse is nice. That's really nice. Mike's saying that upstairs, our director's saying that these waves here are sort of almost, the lighthouse, they're sitting there, you've got the whales, it's almost like the whales are under the waves. What I like about this is they are divided into those patchwork squares, but you've not got a heavy line dividing these. They sort of all run into, they're clearly divided, but without having grid marks or anything too harsh. So if you took, a small section of this, you wouldn't have to worry about missing the marks or missing the edges. So again, this is 80% cotton, 20% polyester, with that grainy sand sort of look to the background of that natural linen look fabric in the back of that. So all of these fabrics, we suggest a 30-degree cool wash, because of the print on the fabric. So this is 140, the width of this. I'm going to open it out so you can see. So this will be 2 units of fabric. This is a metre here, but this is lovely for bathrooms because it's got that durability and a bit more body and weight to it. Perhaps if you wanted to do blinds for the bathrooms and maybe a matching bin or a bath pillow. Or a little boy's room as well. This is perfect for that. Or a little girl. JEFG 93, and that's the patchwork seaside fabric. How are we going to differentiate between those 2 colours? Does the other one say red? Okay, the other one does say red, just so you know which one is which. Okay. Actually, let me just show you the selvage of this so you can see. This gives you sort of more of an idea of the thickness of it. Can we look at that there? That natural look. There it is. You can see that sort of grainy. Oh, so this one is called Seaside, and the red one's called Nautical. So just to clarify, if you're not sure which one's which, the blue theme with all of your whales and just the blue and white is called Seaside. And then one other linen look fabric, one last one for you today. These work really well together as well because they've all got that running theme of the natural sort of creamy, biscuity colour background, like grains of sand, which is really appropriate to the, to the fabric itself because as it is on that nautical theme. So this one here, again, I always think bathrooms when we're looking at whales and blue and those natural colours. But lots of seagulls, lots of anchors in this one. We've got seahorses, we've got sailing boats. Again, that nautical theme. You can just see that there with that sort of grainy look in the background again. KLFG 59. So this is the linen look seaside fabric. So the other one was called Seaside Patchwork. This one's just Seaside. I'm aware this morning that these names might be very similar, so I don't want you to get confused. Let's just look at this together with this patchwork one, because they've got the same designs running through them. If you wanted to mix and match those, look at that. That works perfectly. Actually, it's the exact same motifs. They're picked out just in a different, just arranged differently. But you could do a reversible cushion, a reversible beach bag. If you're clever enough to make a deck chair, then this fabric would be lovely for that. All of these are $4.95 per half metre. This one here that my hand is on is the Seaside fabric, KLFG 59. So if you've not bought fabric from Sewing Quarter before, and the first order that you spend over £10, you get a free Sewing Quarter sewing kit. Have I got one here? I have got one here. So we pop this in the post to you. It's like a little gift from us to you to say thank you for joining the Sewing Quarter family. Oh look, it goes perfectly with the fabric. Nice navy one. So just inside, you've got 12 different threads there. You've got a seam unpicker, a tape measure, you've got scissors, safety pins, buttons, needles. But this is perfect to take on the go with you, to take on your travels. Maybe you're sewing on the beach, maybe you're sewing on holiday. But if you spend over £10, then you get one of these popped in the post. It's worth £14.95, and we'll send that to you. Now, if you're also after fabrics to go with these linen look bundles, linen look fabrics this morning, we've got some nautical bundles that we've put together, and these are a little bit different to our other bundles. They're a bit more because they've introduced some more patterns as opposed to them just being solids. So let's look at those. Let's look at the blue first, shall we? So we can look at that with these two fabrics. So I'll leave those there so you can see how they work together. So this bundle here, you're getting 4 pieces of different fabric, so 4 half-metre cuts. So it's 2 metres, in total. Now, these are also thicker fabrics. So these feel much more like a canvas. You can see here on the top, you've got your navy. This is a cotton canvas, this top navy. In fact, let me just show you if I open so you can see and I have an idea of sort of the drape. This is a thicker fabric. I'll just show you that. But this is thicker than those Spectrum solids. It's definitely got a bit more body to it. So you get this navy, half a metre of that. Then you've got half a metre of a white. This is your optical white. This is a Spectrum solid. So those classic, navy and white, that's just very classic colour pairing there. Then you've also got spot on marine, which is on that sort of cornflower blue background with those lovely little white polka dots on it as well. And then this one is Cotton Yarn by Ticking Navy. So we had a premiere this morning of the orange version of this. And here in this bundle, we've paired this navy option because it's picking out that natural colour that's in the background of those linens. But with the navy ticking, it's got those navy stripes. Whoa! If everybody checks out, half the stock has already gone on this navy bundle, AYGC54. It's £15.95. You're getting 2 metres of fabric in total, so half a metre of optical white, half a metre of your navy cotton canvas, half a metre of the marine spot on, and half a metre of that navy ticking fabric. Now we've also got a red fabric bundle. Let's move this one to the side. Oh, this is called the Lighthouse. I remember doing a project at primary school where they were trying to teach us about electric circuits in science, and they said you've got to make a project and put an actual electric circuit in it. So I made a lighthouse and put an actual light in the top. That's probably the most arty thing I ever did at school. I thought I was so proud of that. You could actually press a button and the light came on top of the lighthouse. So again, you've got half a metre of your optical white in this red bundle. This is kind of a reverse of this bundle. You've got the cotton canvas in this lovely bright postbox red. And again, that's that thicker fabric with more body to it than your classic cottons. Let's move these out the side. And that is just called red. Let's line this up a little bit better. Then you've also got your spot on red. Bright red, spot on bright red. That one there, again with those polka dots. And then you've got linen look cotton red. So this is a stripe. This isn't ticking, as in it's not got 2 bands on your stripes, but this is a red and white stripe there, or red and cream actually. Sorry, I should say. Again, it's that linen look. Lighthouse red. So you've got 4 different fabrics there. These are your classic cottons, your 100% cottons in the middle, and these have a thicker feel to them, more of a canvas with that red on the bottom, that poppy red, and your linen red as well. DJGC87, £15.45. Now we've also got, let's move this one to the side. I need to fold it the same way. That doesn't look right, does it, like that? Let me attempt to replicate. Oh, that's still not right. Still not the same height. I don't know what I've done there. I'll have to just leave it. So we've also got stormy skies. So if we're going, oh, I hope it's not grey outside. I'm going to a barbecue this afternoon. It can't be grey. Come on, sunshine. So this stormy skies, this is a grey bundle. So you've got a grey spot on. So again, with that cotton. All of our spot on fabrics have a silky feel to them. That, you know, they're a really lovely soft cotton. So that's on, is it steel? Spot on steel grey. And then you've got a white in this bundle, again, a spectrum solid there, your optical white, 1/2 metre of that. This is a more affordable bundle, as there's obviously just 3 fabrics in here. And then you've got your canvas in grey as well. So this is more of a charcoal grey, but again, it's that thicker fabric with a little bit more body. So as a trio, Stormy Skies bundle there, 1.5 meters of fabric, XEGC 54. Those are your 3 fabrics you can see there for $11.45. And sticking with our nautical theme, we've also got some threads this morning to team with these different bundles. So whether you're going red, white or blue, we've got all of those 3 options there. Oh, we're going for the French flag. Oh, I should say Union Jack, actually, shouldn't I? That's what I should have jumped to, or American. So we've got our red thread here to start with. Let's start with that. These are from Gutermann. So they're 100 meters of thread. They're a German brand. These are 100% polyester. They're a really reliable thread. They have got a really sort of high breakage resistance. They don't become sort of too furry or fuzzy. They're not overly static. So this is your red. And this is popped in a bundle, again, with your nice royal blue there. A nice sheen to these threads as well. So now they're telling me other flags that use red, white and blue. So let's learn some other flags. Which one? Slovakia is a red, white and blue flag. Costa Rica, Chile, Norway, Iceland. Wow, there's lots of flags, red, white and blue. Paraguay, Puerto Rico. Well, we could go on and on. The Netherlands. Apparently there are lots of flags, not just the Czech Republic, not just France and England, Cambodia, Croatia. That is a lot of flags using red, white and blue. So yeah, it was not just the Union Jack or the French and American flags. So you also get your white thread, which obviously you can never have too much of. UMGC 60, that's the nautical thread bundle with those flag-related thread colours this morning. Okay, lovely. So which fabric is the most popular at the moment? Seaside fabric. Oh, it's our patchwork one, the blue patchwork. Sending some pictures. I don't know if you can send pictures in the projects that you're making at the moment to studio@sewingquarter.com. We love seeing them. We can share them on the show, so please do attach them. Drop us a little message. Tell us what you think. If you've got any questions for Angie as well, she's back in the next hour. You might have spied behind me, we're doing a Quilt As You Go. This is actually a floor rug. This is the first time we've ever had a Quilt As You Go rug on the show. We're doing that at 11 with Angie. So if you've got any questions about Quilt As You Go, perhaps you've made a Quilt As You Go project in the past, send it in. Let us have a look at those. So as I said, the most popular fabric is this linen look fabric. It's the Seaside one. Let's open it up. So this is an 80-20 mix, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. It's a slightly thicker fabric, but it's got that patchwork effect with all of those motifs that you would associate with the seaside. We've got waves, we've got starfish, you've got fish, you've got anchors and sailing boats and whales and stripes. And as I move this up, you can see even more different, you've got polka dots there, different ticking, you've got all different colour combinations of varying different patchworks on that linen look. Let me lay it out on the table so we can look a little bit more a little bit more closely. Okay. So lots of different patchworks within this. Again, if you're taking a smaller section, you would get, different pieces depending on which piece you take. But you've got all of your waves, you've got your fish, and a lovely, you've got nice rich navies, but also you've got some sort of here moving more towards sort of tealy blues, and your whites as well, and that classic linen look colour in your neutrals. And that's, you've got the stripes there as well in your white. This is the most popular at the moment, JEFG93. This is the Linen Look Patchwork Seaside fabric, being sold by the half metre. And the width of this fabric was, let me just double check, is it 140? 140, yeah. So it's a slightly wider fabric. So again, because it is that thicker sort of linen look but canvas feel fabric, this is great for soft furnishings as well. So next up is, let me fold it the other way, is our brand new fabric. It's the beach hut. This is the next most popular. I wonder how many people are at the beach today in England. Possibly not that many. Although the weather might have changed since we got here this morning. So the beach huts fabric, this is a brand new one. We've never had this on the show before. That linen look fabric again. All of these this morning, you could pair any of these together and they would work because the background colour of the fabric is exactly the same. It all works together in that sort of teamed, that teamed biscuity oatmeal background. But this beach hut one, again with your classic red, white and blue, but also introducing some turquoise into the roofs of the beach huts, into the doors, into the deck chairs, into the bunting, and some cloud detail on this fabric as well. Move these out of the way. We know you love your Premier fabrics, your brand new ones. If this one's in your basket, please do check it out. We can't guarantee this. It's selling very quickly this morning. NSFG 54. Let's open this out so you can see a little bit more. Ta-da! This would be really lovely for bathroom blinds. Do you know what's missing from this beach hut fabric? People. There's no one on the beach. They must be in England. It's a very empty beach. But you've got those lovely deck chairs and the umbrellas and the boats and the clouds. Painting of seaside picture for you there. And that's £4.95 per half metre, as all of these linen look fabrics are this morning. Let's just look at this paired with one of the other fabrics. See, all of these do work together. If I pop that other seaside one next to it. Oh, it's upside down now. That's it. There it is. But you can just see the background of these fabrics are the same. So they do work, if you wanted to mix and match these, pick and mix them, then you could do, quite easily because those colour palettes do work really well together. You can just see with those anchors and the different beach huts. Then we also had this seaside patchwork. We've also got this in a red colour combination. So let's look at that. This is a much brighter fabric, a bit more bold and striking, just because of the red, as I think red always does do, really, doesn't it? It's very nice and vivid. So again, you've got your anchors, you've got bunting, you've got all of those classic seaside motifs, just in different colour combination. This feels a little bit more playful to me, actually. Definitely brighter. And some more navies in this red, white and blue. You could make bunting from this, actually. A nice nautical bunting. You can make a lovely beach bag. You could make a flag. Producer Paul said you could make a flag. You certainly could make a flag. BYFG18. This is linen look patchwork fabric. You've got those stars as well. In fact, if you wanted to do a patchwork, without having to patchwork, you could sew this onto some wadding and quilt it, and you've got a patchwork quilt already. You've got your squares and your marks all lined up. You could just quilt those lines that are already marked on these grid squares. Really lovely fabric. £4.95 again per half metre. And finally, our last linen look fabric is this one here, is our seaside fabric. Again, £4.95 per half metre. Again, that sandy background. Let's look really closely again at the background of these fabrics because this runs through all of them. It's a running theme. But you can just see it really is like grains of sand. It's got that sort of grainy effect. There it is. You can see it more clearly there. A very natural look to that. Is this a whale tail, do you think? Then we've got KLFG 59. All of those motifs. And we've had these fabric bundles this morning to pair with these linen look fabrics. If you like your blues, if you like your, if you want to introduce some reds to those. So first of all, the most popular one is actually the red, which is the Lighthouse bundle. I'm liking the creative names of the bundles this morning. Let's move this. Oh, okay. So in this bundle, you're getting, oh, it's the white as well. So let's move that over. 2 meters of fabric in total. Half a metre of all of these. So first of all is your antique white, so just your classic spectrum solid white that you can introduce to any of these, picking out the seagulls, picking out the fish in any of those linen looks. Then you've also got a red, this is a cotton canvas, so this is a thicker fabric. You can just see that there, it's a bright poppy red, very bold, very vibrant. Then you've also got the red spot on. This is bright red spot on, this one's called. Again, with those, just with those little white dappled polka dots all over this fabric. This is lovely for binding and backing as well. Slightly more interesting than perhaps a solid if you want to add a little bit more, something a little bit more eye-catching. And what I would describe as the highlight of the bundle is our stripes there. Our linen look stripes. This is on a cream background again. And again, this is a thicker fabric. DJGC 87, 1545. And you could pair this with the with this patchwork linen. Let me show you how these work together if you wanted to pair them up. Obviously the white picking out the white, the red picking out the red, but these do go well together. There it is. Actually, that's spot on. Really does pick it out, and obviously your red and your white picking out the white here of your anchors and of different elements of the white. So the Lighthouse bundle is the most popular at the moment. That's the red bundle. But we also had a blue option. Now, when we showed this, there was only half the stock of this left. So we're going to double check that stock again for you now, but this one also going very quickly. Again, this is 2 meters of fabric in total and 4 half-meter cuts. If you've not bought any of these pre-cut bundles before, if you do multi-buy these, so if you decided that you wanted, 2 of each of these have already been pre-cut. So if you bought 2 bundles, you'd get 2 half-meters of antique white, you'd get 2 half-meters of your linen stripe. You wouldn't get that as one whole big meterage of fabric because it's already been cut into the bundle. So just as a heads up in case you're multi-buying those. So if everyone checks out their baskets, we've only got 4 of these bundles left, so you will have to be quick. But you've got half a metre of your antique white, again, that spectrum solid that you see also in the red bundle. You've got half a metre of your ticking navy there on that cream linen background, that biscuity, sandy background colour fabric with your classic stripes. Then you've got your spot on marine, I think this one was called. And you've got your navy cotton canvas. So again, that's a thicker fabric. And let's look at this with that. Actually, with the red bundle, the navy works really well, but I was going to look at it with beach huts, if we can. So you could just see how if you wanted to introduce these with a patterned fabric, the navy working really well with that linen background, the spot on, your stripes. Let's move the white so you can see that they're picking out the clouds. And the linen colour of the background of the fabric there is a really good match. In the navy fabric bundle, I thought in the navy, I don't know the next line, you have to do the march, don't you? In the navy, AYGC 54, that's those 4 fabrics. So it's 2 meters of fabric in total, your spot on, your navy cotton canvas, your optical white solid, and also the navy ticking fabric on that linen look background. Now, we also had a nautical thread bundle this morning. Guess the colours. Guess the colours. Red, white and blue. So we're sticking with our nautical theme. So you've got those three threads there. Those are 100 metres each. So you've got 300 metres of thread, sorry. Those are from Gutermann. You've got your royal blue, your postbox red and your bright white UMGC 60. And that's £4.95 for that little bundle of thread there. Now, something that we looked at earlier, we had some premiere of some fabrics on the show at 8 o'clock this morning. So I'll start with those two in case you missed them. If you're having a lie-in, that's all right, we'll let you off and we'll show you the fabrics now. So we had two fabric launches that we've never had on the show before. These are brand new. And we did a bag hour at 8 o'clock this morning if you missed it. You can watch back on YouTube. But these are such lovely, bold, summery fabrics with a bright corally orange. So I'm going to start with that ticking fabric. This is actually the same as the navy that's in the navy bundle, but in a nice bright coral. So let's actually, I'm going to open it out. Go crazy. So this is a lovely thick fabric. I don't know if you can see here, but it's much thicker than those than a lot of the cottons that we would have on the show. This has a real sort of canvasy feel to it. It's got a lot more body, a lot more weight. I don't want you to look at that for too long because I think your eyes might go a bit funny. But cotton yarn dyed ticking stripe fabric in orange. Let me put it on the table for you so you can just see. I feel like if you can see, you need to be able to see the thickness and sort of got a bit a weave to it. You can just see here. Again, that lovely bright coral. It is perfect for soft furnishings, for cushions, perhaps for a conservatory or something where you want something with a little bit more durability. Obviously, it's going to be, if it might be exposed to the sun. You could do garden cushions. You could do a kneeling pad for the garden. So that was a brand new one this morning, really popular. But also that's been really popular is this cotton canvas in this bright orange here. So this is it's a lovely shade of orange. This is a ½ metre cut, so this is 1 unit. A very uniform, obviously a uniform, rich, bold colour. This is only £3.65 and this is a cotton canvas. UBJQ20. If you wanted to pair these together as well, let me just lay those side by side. That orange matches beautifully. If you wanted to, if you wanted to do the lining in a cotton canvas and to have that ticking fabric on the outside, you could do a reversible bag, you could do a reversible cushion. Also, you could use that if you got the Lamifix this morning, and you wanted to, to make something waterproof so it's wipeable, then you could do that in one of these fabrics as well. If you wanted to create I'm thinking of like a big tote bag or a shoulder bag or a beach bag we had some new straps this morning at 8 o'clock. They're sort of 3 metre long cotton straps that you can use to attach to a rucksack or a holder or a satchel, and you can make them longer or shorter if you want to, to make them adjustable. And this is perfect for this sort of fabric where it's a bit thicker. It's got a little bit more strength and durability. It's going to stand the test of time, if you're carrying lots of heavy items in there. So we had those 2 orange fabrics. We also had 2 other fabrics, which I'll just show you first of all. We had pinks and greens. They were hidden by our orange, so I'll show you those first. We had pale pink. Let's show you this one first of all. This is, again, a cotton canvas, so slightly different to those regular cottons that we quite often have here at Sewing Quarter. This is a very soft pink, a nice sort of baby pink. Can you just see that sheen to that there? It's got a nice sort of, it's where it catches the light. But it's not too in your face. That's a nice sort of muted pink, very soft. In fact, if you wanted to team that with a more busy, more busy designed print, then you could, because it's got a really lovely softness to it. So that's the pink one, UEJQ40, and that's only £3.65 per ½ metre. Now we also had a pale green. This is sort of a spearmint green, actually. Again, this is a cotton canvas, so one of those thicker fabrics. Again, by the ½ metre, cut off the bolt for you, so as much or as little as you want of this fabric. Let's have a look at that green. HVJQ52. And again, you can sort of see that sheen to the fabric. Which one's most popular at the moment out of our orange, green and pink? The orange is the most popular, that brand new one this morning. Gorgeous. So that's your pale green option. We had our pale pink, and then the most popular is that lovely bright bold orange. I like that. Halloween. Now, if you need any inspiration for maybe some projects of what to do with these fabrics, we had this great quilted book this morning, which is all about quilted bags, but also some gifts, focusing mainly on bags. So if, like me, you're a bag fanatic, then there's some inspiration in here for that. Now, there are 36 different projects in here, classic quilting projects, great if you want to give them as gifts or just to make for yourself. Why not? Really thorough instructions at the beginning, talking you through, you know, sort of the process of quilting, and it works out at 36 pence per project. So £12.95, you're getting 36 projects in here. So introducing quilting, you know, into these, it's a really sort of charming collection of different bags and pouches and accessories. But not just bags, you know, you've got totes and shoulder bags, but also coin purses, sewing kits, tablet cases, talking you all through the construction process there. Some of those linen look nautical fabrics, because these have got lots of these in this book, combining very traditional sort of colour palettes with those linen look neutral fabrics. So those linens that we've had this morning with a nautical theme would put a really lovely spin on that, because you're maintaining the sort of the taupe and cream background, but adding a splash of interest with that seaside nautical feel. A tulip purse there. Lots of different shape options for your bags. So, you know, I think we all have bag favourites in terms of shapes, what you like to wear, what you find comfortable, depending on how much you like to take out with you. I know for a fact I always have a big bag, but I do fill it. It's a bit like a Mary Poppins bag. The bigger the bag, the more I put in it. You have to be a bit careful sometimes. Or you become, don't you? You end up carrying everyone's bits and pieces for them. Keys and, oh, do you mind putting that in your bag? I'm like, okay. End up with this really heavy, heavy bag. Where's another project that I earmarked here? This was the swivel hook tote, where you can sort of change the shape of the bag from a classic, more of a sort of a V shape there, and pin it into the middle. And also some smaller projects at the back. A case for glasses, just if you want some inspiration for some of these fabrics this morning. Really thorough colour construction details. A tea mat and a basket. And all of your templates in the back there as well. KXSP50, that's £12.95. Now, also this morning, I mentioned we had a bag hour at 8 o'clock, loving bags, and something that's been really, really popular. Patricia sent in a picture of hers. We had the Fox bag. So if you've not seen that before, there it is. That's the quick sew pattern. We have actually got the bag. I don't think I've got it here. I'll have to try and get it to show you again. But it's a shoulder bag. It's a really quirky design. It's got those two foxes that hang off the side of the shape of the bag. But also within that pattern, you've got a scissor holder. And what's lovely about that is you can incorporate that bright orange cotton canvas that's brand new this morning. The colour is perfect if you wanted to go for a traditional fox colour. Of course, you don't have to. You could have a pink fox, you could have a blue or a green fox, whatever you like. But if you're keeping it traditional, the new cotton canvas bright orange fabric's perfect for that. I'll try and get hold of the bag so we can show you what it looks like on my shoulder. It's a really lovely, playful, quirky bag. So we also had a bag strap this morning. We had 3 different colour options for this. This is the navy one, and we brought this in this hour because it would work really well with these nautical fabrics if you are planning a bag. Now, this is a 3-metre strap, so this is 100% cotton, but it's nice and thick. I don't know if you can see here. But you've got lots of, you've got 3 metres, and it's, you know, so you can adapt that depending on how much you want or how little. You can use a D-ring with this, so you can attach it to your bag. You can sew it and loop it through. So you could add a detachable wrist sort of strap if you wanted to. But also you can see here it's being used on duffel bags, on satchels, on rucksacks for the straps. And you can make those shorter and longer if you wish to use measuring hoops as well. The D-ring hoops. Now this navy one really would be perfect with these nautical fabrics. So let's look at it, for example, with the beach huts. This is a premiere this morning in this hour. If you wanted to go for a beach hut bag, or perhaps actually like a cool bag to take all your food down to the beach, or if you wanted to lie in a hamper, then you could use this for the straps. The navy goes really well picking out the detail in the beach huts. This linen look beach huts fabric is brand new this morning. We've never had it on the show before. It's the most popular this morning, selling really quickly, NSFG 54. Please do check out your baskets on that now if you like that, and we will be limited stock on that fabric. But the navy strap there is 3 centimetres wide as well. So we do sell D-rings there on today's show. If you go back to the live feed of today's show on the website, you'll be able to find those D-rings there, which are those little hoops. I don't know if you can see here. It's sort of a metal ring that you feed the strap through. So then you can make it adjustable if you want to. And obviously it's just a great way of attaching it to the fabric to make sure it's nice and secure. And the 30mm D-rings are on the website, if you want to check those out in your basket too. So the red fabric bundle, oh, the navy one's gone. We've sold out of the navy fabric bundle. That one went really quickly. It was my singing. I'm going to pretend that my singing sold the bundle. It definitely didn't. So we had a red fabric option as well in a fabric bundle this morning. We've got 4 different fabrics in this bundle. All of them are ½ metre cut, so 2 metres in total. You've got this linen look fabric with the red and cream stripes. ½ metre of that. Then you can just see peeping through underneath ½ metre of your spot-on red, spot-on bright red there. Then you've got ½ metre of cotton canvas red. So that's a solid red, but as opposed to it being like our Spectrum solid cottons, this is a cotton canvas, so it's thicker. And then you've got your optical white, which is a cotton. It's a regular Spectrum solid cotton in antique white. So a nice bright white, and works perfectly with that spot on if you wanted to pick out the white in that, perhaps do a bias binding or a lining in a plainer fabric, then your white there is perfect for that. So that's your whole Lighthouse red bundle, DJ GC87, and that's $15.45 for all of those fabrics, so for 2 metres in total. We also did have a grey bundle. I'll quickly show you this one. So this is the Stormy Skies bundle. So it's a grey bundle, but we've got a spot-on fabric there in that steel grey. So again, with those cream dots on that, ½ metre here. This is a more affordable bundle because there's only 3 fabrics in this, so £1.5 meters of fabric in total. Again, you've got ½ metre of your white, and ½ metre of that nice charcoal grey, and this is the cotton canvas, this dark grey here. So it's the thicker fabric again. XEGC 54, £1.5 meters of fabric, 3 different fabrics there in that little trio. £11.45. Now, our second most popular fabric, after that new beach hut one this morning, is the blue patchwork. So let's have a look at that. Oh, we're running low on stock on all of these now. These are going really, really quickly. So if you do like it, perhaps you're sitting at home and thinking, what could I do? What project have I got in mind for that? Let me know. Send in a message. You can do that on the website. So this is the patchwork. This is the blue colour combination here. So you've got that lovely royal blue. Also, you've got a nice deep navy and your whites, and obviously that natural sandy colour in the background of the fabric. But you've got the patchwork with all those classic beach motifs. You've got your stripes. You've got your sailing boats, your fish, your seagulls, your anchors, your steering wheel. Is that what we were going to describe? Yeah, the wheel of the boat. The lighthouse. The ship's wheel. People are multi-buying this, obviously perhaps with a bigger project in mind. Maybe if you want to create a set of placemats or of garden cushions. And these are 140 centimetres, so they're a slightly wider fabric. If you just look at the selvage here as well, you can see that they are that thicker linen look. They have a canvas feel to them. So they're great for soft furnishings. The background of the fabric there, you can just see, as I described it earlier, almost like grains of sand. So this is an 80-20 mix, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. And this also comes in a red colourway. So this is the red option is a brighter, bolder choice. Oh, I'm unravelling a thread as I do that now. Let's quickly wind that up. How did I manage to unwind that much thread in one knocking over? So then the next one is a red patchwork. This is more navy, actually. The blues in this are more navy. Again, your classic seaside motifs. So you've got your red, white, and blue. You know, this is definitely bolder, definitely brighter with your reds there. With that background fabric again, picking out that classic neutral linen colour. And you can also pair this with the, actually, let's look at the grey with this. Stormy skies. The spots there are perfect, but also the whites picking out the sailing boats and the greys as well. Or the red fabric bundle. Stormy skies is the one at the bottom of your screens there, XEGC54. But the red bundle, let me just bring in that red solid and the red spot on. Obviously your white, that's going to go with everything, or just one for your stash. And that stripe fabric as well. But just looking at those, you know, as a collection, if you want to mix and match, then you have the option to do that there with that bundle. So this here is the patchwork fabric, BYFG18. £4.95 per half metre, and considering as well that it's a much thicker fabric, you know, it's really great value compared to some of our regular cottons. This is a, you know, it is a much thicker fabric. It's got a lot more body to it. It's a lot heavier as well, more durable. We had one more fabric in this linen family this morning. One that was a premiere, the beach hats, and is that still in the lead? We'll just check that. It's still in the lead. Loads of the stock of that has gone this morning. So this was our last one. This is our seaside fabric. This is very bathroomy. That's how I would describe this. But, you know, perfect for lots of other different things as well. Perhaps different projects if you want to take them on holiday as well. Lovely for a project for a little boy. Perhaps if you're making for a grandson or your own child. For the summer holidays, you could take a little bag for the aeroplane. You could do a lunchbox. Actually, if you do a lunchbox, then you could use the Lamifix to make it wipeable. KLFG59, £4.95 per half metre. And I'm just going to show you that with the patchwork blue fabric, because these work really well together as well, if you wanted to pair them up, or if you wanted to mix and match. So perhaps if you wanted to go for half a metre of each and do a project where you're combining those. As these are heavier fabrics, we probably wouldn't say that these are necessarily leaning towards dressmaking. Rather than clothes, this is more soft furnishings, bags, you know, long, hard-wearing projects. But you can just see there how those, you know, these work perfectly together with that neutral background fabric being the same colour, and also picking out the motifs that are the same in both. So you can do like spot the difference. You've got your seahorses there, you've got your seagulls here, you've got your lighthouses. Oh, where's the lighthouse here? Oh, it is right up here, it's just off your screens. You've got your little fish jumping across the two. So the seaside look fabric is this one here. The linen look patchwork seaside fabric on the bottom of your screens is this one with my hand on, JEFG93. Oh, we're running low on stock on all of those now, so if it's in your basket, please do check it out. Or give the call centre a ring. We're a UK-based call centre. They'll be very happy to help if you've got any questions. If you're not sure about product codes and you just want to describe, oh, it was blue and it had patches on it, then they'll be able to help you figure out which one it was. 0800 112 4433 is the number there, and that's on your screens. So let me just move our nautical fabrics to the side. Now, yesterday we introduced the Prim Mini Iron, which is a little mini steam iron you can take on the go with you. Now, this has been so popular. We brought it back in Angie's hour just now to show you again, just because it's, you know, it's been really popular this morning. We've got one here, actually plugged in, that Angie was using. Look at this, it's like a little diddy mini iron. Let me show you it actually in comparison to a normal iron so you get an idea of the size difference. But this is perfect for taking on the go, for taking on your travels. As Angie said, she would use this for taking to workshops or classes, Festival of Quilts. You know, if you want to take something with you, you know, you're going to have some pressing to do, then it's perfect for that. It's also great if you've got, this isn't on by the way, so obviously I'm okay to touch it, but you can use this for more intricate and fiddly details if perhaps you've got hems, cuffs and collars where you want to press smaller sections of fabric. Also, if you've got an ironing mat that you've got next to your sewing machine and you don't want that great big iron there, that you don't need it, this is obviously going to take up a bit less space. Also, as Angie commented on, a really long cord on this iron. It's plugged in at the moment, but you know, this is perfect if you need to, as I always said, if you're ironing in front of the TV and you want to stretch it, then you can go quite a long way with that cord. And it is a steam iron, which is quite unique to travel irons. So you can just see here in the top, I don't know if I can open this, I'll show you, there's a little valve, it's like a little rubber stopper there, and you can pop water in that to, so you've got steam to use for your projects. Your dial there obviously for changing the heat. And this comes in a lovely little drawstring bag as well, so you can just see on the back here, you can take this on the go with you. And also a little container for pouring the water into the top through that little valve with the rubber stop that I just showed you. We have a message this morning in from Anne from Cheshire. Morning, Anne. Let's have a look. The iron has a lovely long cord. Yeah, it does. It has a really long cord. Angie actually commented on that. So often, you know, if you've got a really short cord, you have to use an extension lead. And with this, you can stretch that a really long way, further than off the desk. You know, it's a really long cord, so that's really handy. And also what's lovely about this, that Janice mentioned yesterday, she was saying that her mum, you know, is getting older now and struggles to use that heavier iron. With this is slightly smaller. Perhaps if you don't want to use a really big iron because you struggle with, you know, with the dexterity in your hands, then this isn't as heavy and this is going to be easier to use as well. Obviously, it's much lighter than a normal iron. XAPH07, that's the Prim Mini Steam Iron, and it's $39.95. Now, I said I'd get the Fox bag back in to show you. Here it is. Our lovely floor manager Amy's run back in with this for me this morning. There it is. Look at that. It's so cute. It's really quirky and playful. So it fits really comfortably on your shoulder. It's got a nice long strap on it there. But the pattern is not only for the bag itself, but also for a scissor holder, so matching the Fox. And we had a fabric this morning that's launched today, which is a bright orange canvas that would work really well for the main body of the Fox if you want to do that in a traditional colour. But the quick sew pattern there, everything you need to make the Fox bag. What's also nice about this is it's got lots of pockets inside. I can show you here, just on the lining of that bag. So, you know, if you've got little bits and pieces to keep in place, you've got pockets on both sides. And also a nice wide base to the bottom of the bag with that apex at the side, creating quite a lot of depth there if you wanted to pop books or magazines or projects to take on the go, a sewing project. It'd be quite cool to turn up to sewing class with this, wouldn't it? SKBR28 is the code for the Fox pattern. And also there's a little scissor holder that comes in that as well, so you can make that to match your bag, should you wish. Oh, we have a new leader in the fabrics. Which one? Blue Patchwork has taken the lead. Let's have a look at that again then. So, this is that nautical patchwork. Lots of different classic nautical motifs that you'd expect to see by the seaside. So you can see there you've got your stripes, your starfish, your whales, everything there in a patchwork formation. And if you wanted to quilt with this, you know, you could. You know, why not? Everything marked out there for you. This is $4.95 per half metre. That linen look, thicker fabric. But this is the most popular this morning. It's only been on once before, so if you haven't seen it, perhaps this is the first time you've seen it on the show and you like the look of that. JEFG93, $4.95 per half metre. Now the next most popular is the beach hut. So it's not slipped too far out of the lead, it's just behind. Here's our beach hut's fabric. This was a brand new one this morning. Lots of people with this in their basket, so it's a bit risky if it's just in the basket. You have to check it out, otherwise the order isn't guaranteed. So not to add sort of any pressure, but if you do want to make sure that you've secured the order, you do have to put it all the way through and make sure you've checked your basket out. But this is the beach hut fabric, our brand new launch today. You can see there with that, again, that nautical stripe coming through in your beach huts and in your lighthouses. Nice little bunting detail here. And your clouds, everything there floating through. Again, on that sort of grains of sand, natural colour background fabric. NSFG 54. Now, we also had a red patchwork, so much like the blue one I just showed you, but in a different colour palette, and different colourway. Nice, bright, bold reds in this one. Here it is. So again, being sold by the half metre, £4.95 per half metre increment. But you've got some lovely, with this one actually, you see less of that linen background, you see less of that sandy colour, and much more vibrancy with your whites and navies and reds. So many different designs within those different patchworks. BYFG18, that's the linen look nautical patchwork fabric. So just to clarify, the red one is called nautical and the blue one is called seaside. I know it gets a little bit confusing. And finally, let's open this one, last one out. This one here is seaside, so again, you've got those classic motifs, but sticking to your blue, and also that sort of lovely cornflower blue coming through in this one too, as well as your navy and your white. KLFG59. So all of those are £4.95 per half metre. If you're after fabric bundles, then we've also got some nautical, two left actually, the blue one sold out, but we've got a red and grey bundle to pair with these nautical fabrics this morning. First up is the Lighthouse Red family. So in that you've got a red spot on, you've got a red canvas, you've got a white, optical white, and also you've got a striped linen. Have we got a picture of that, or should I? It's hidden underneath my fabrics. There it is. You can't quite see the white on the end, but it is there. There's 4 different fabrics, half a metre of all of those. And we've also got Stormy Sea bundle, which is a grey bundle, so a nice soft steely grey spot on, an antique white, and your charcoal canvas, cotton canvas, 11.45, so it's 1.5 metres of fabric, XEGC 54. And the last thing we've got is our nautical thread bundle, so from Gutermann, 300 metres of threads, red, white and blue to team perfectly with those seaside threads. UMGC 60. So Angie's back after the break. You might have spotted the quilt as you go on the wall behind me. It's a quilt as you go rug. Don't go anywhere. Angie's going to show you exactly how we make that and some fabric options as well. See you in 3.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts.
Today I'm going to be showing you how to do the herringbone stitch. This is a stitch that's used for holding 2 layers of fabric together, and its construction makes it ideal for things like stretch fabrics because the stitches will move with the cloth. It's also a really nice decorative stitch. So I'm going to start with my needle and thread. Now I'm actually using embroidery thread so you can see what I'm doing, and I've also put a knot in the end. So starting from the wrong side of the fabric, we're going to go through to the top. And we're actually going to be working from left to right, but you can also work right to left, whatever's comfortable for you. And we're going to start with a diagonal stitch going up. So that's our first stitch. Now you're going to come back on yourself and to the left of that stitch, but this time we're going to come down. You want to try and keep this as even as possible, so you can see that we've created our first cross. Now again, going from the left to the right, I'm going to create our stitch. So you can see we've got across there and across there. So there we have our herringbone stitch.
Join us at the quilting event of the year this summer. From the 10th to the 13th of August, we'll be at the Festival of Quilts at Birmingham NEC. Come to the Sewing Quarter Cafe, where you can meet our presenters and enjoy a spot of English paper piecing with special guests, including talented quilter Jo Carter. And on Sunday the 13th of August, join me, John Scott, and designer Mandy Shaw at the Sewing Quarter Workshop. Learn how to make Mandy's redwork Christmas decorations and take home a free iron-on pattern transfer to help you get started. If you fancy being part of the fun, head to www.thefestivalofquilts.co.uk and use the voucher code SEWQ17 for £2.50 off adult tickets and £1 off concessions. We hope to see you there.
Good morning, welcome back to our last hour here at Sewing Quarter this morning. If you've just joined us, hello, welcome. And my name's Amy Burrows, I'm with you for this last hour with Angie Attwood, and we're making a quilt as you go rug, which is something we've never had on the show before. It's a do-it-yourself rug, and you can use lots of different fabrics to incorporate, to make a small rug to put on the floor, perhaps next to the bed, or in a children's room, on a playroom floor, and perfect if you've got hard floors and you want to add a little bit of softness. So we've got some different fabric bundle options this morning, as well as the paired with the DIY rug kit. But also we're selling that on its own, so depending on if you want to use your own fabrics or bundle that with some fabric that we have for you. So I'm going to start first of all with my favourite bundle, and this is the one that we're actually working with in this hour. This is called Deep Forest. Now the colours in this are absolutely gorgeous. This reminds me of like a berry smoothie. So we've got lovely sort of a magenta pink, sort of purpley pink on the bottom there. Forest fruits. You've got deep orchid. Damson, really lovely colours here. Your charcoal and your slate grey. So you get 1/2 metre of each of these, 2.5 metres of fabric, which is enough to make this whole DIY rug. But you also get a thread, so you can see there that complementary thread colour. I love these colours, I just think they're really, really bright and really lovely. And then paired with that, you also get in the bundle the Quilt As You Go rug kit. So you can see here, this is slightly different to those traditional Quilt As You Goes, in that it's a very different backing fabric. We'll show you that in a moment. But for £33.95, you're going to have everything there to make the rug itself. That's the first bundle. This is the pattern. So as you can see, if you're not familiar with the format, what they do is they print onto the back of onto the backing. They print exactly where you need to place those different fabrics. So it's a bit like painting by numbers. You just apply the fabric to those different fabric areas, to the numbered areas. So this is the rug backing. You can see this comes here with all of those markings on there, and it's a striped design like you can see on the front. You can buy this separately, so if you do want to buy this on its own, it's £15.95. So in isolation, if you just want to use your own fabric, perhaps you've got some from earlier shows or you've got some in your stash, EGEQ89, that's just for the Quilt As You Go rug, the actual backing itself with all of your markings on there. Now that's brand new today. We've never had it on the show before, and it's 80% cotton, 20% polyester. You just you use whatever fabrics you want to do with that, and you can, if you want to step the design up a level, we've actually got one on the wall that Angie's made. She's added an extra detail to that and extra quilting, but we'll show you that when we get to it in a second. So all of these fabric bundles, they actually come with the pattern as well, not just the fabric. So we've got a lovely sort of foresty bundle here. This one's called Country Walk. What lovely names we've got this morning. So some Christmas colours on the top here, and we've got our reds and greens, so a lovely deep burgundy, a rich deep burgundy solid on the top there. But starting from the bottom, we've got mocha, you've got beige mocha, you've got chocolate, you've got port here, and your dark green as well. So 1/2 metre of all of those fabrics. The thread with this bundle is a nice sort of taupe mushroomy colour. And obviously you get the Quilt As You Go DIY rug backing as well. So enough fabric there for that whole quilt. COGC 53, Country Walk. Now the one we've got on the wall, if you've spotted this morning, if you've got a keen eye, you might have seen that behind us all morning today. That's actually a Quilt As You Go rug that Angela made for us. And this is the colours that we've used for this bundle. There it is. Now the colour palette for this is Beach Days. So you've got these lovely peachy pinks. These are softer tones in this bundle. So you've got Flamingo, you've got Nude, Cappuccino, Latte, and your Biscuit. So quite a neutral colour palette there, but injecting a little bit of colour with your Flamingo pink. GYGC23, your thread is a cream, and then you also get the DIY rug kit as well. All of these are $33.95 this morning. All of them 2.5 metres of fabric, enough to make the DIY rug. They come with the pattern, and then you also got your just different colourways of fabrics. The last one is Ocean Waves. So if you want to go for more of a blue nautical theme, then you've got 5 different solids in this bundle, 1/2 metre of all of these. So you've got Cornflower Blue. You've got a pearly blue, a cream, a nice sort of, this is almost a grey, sort of a soft grey blue. And you've got pearl blue. DAGC 84, that's the Ocean Waves kit. Again, comes with everything you need to make the rug, $33.95. So let's get over to Angie, let's get started on how we're actually doing this.
Okay.
Welcome back. Welcome for the last hour.
Yeah.
So you made this one?
Yes.
How did you find it?
Made that very easy, extremely easy. As you pointed out earlier, we've been calling it Quilt As You Go rug. And I think that's because we all know June Taylor's Quilt As You Go packs that we've had before. There's actually no wadding in this rug kit. Yeah. It's more of a patchwork as you go. So it's kind
of like a mat, isn't it? Yeah, actually, more than anything.
So there's no wadding in there, but it is the same process as the Quilt As You Go kits that we've had before. Yes, the design is printed onto this backing fabric. The finished size of the rug is 24 inches by 36 inches.
Okay.
This is extra for when we're working on the project. You trim this back.
Yeah, so to end up with the size on the wall, you would have taken off that edge section.
Yeah. The fabric that it's actually printed on, I was trying to think of a way to describe it.
Didn't we, about this morning?
And as I was working with it at home, I kept thinking, this reminds me so much of something, and I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I think it reminds me of a very heavy blackout fabric.
Okay.
If anyone's done curtains and they've bought a blackout fabric, my husband suffers with migraines, and I remember making curtains.
It's got to all be dark.
Yeah, it's all got to be really dark for when he's got a migraine. So it reminds me of that, with a slightly plasticised on one side and cotton on the top side, but the underside slightly plasticised.
A bit of a sheen almost to it, doesn't it? This bottom.
Yeah, that's right. So it can be laundered. It is heat sensitive, so you don't want to be putting your iron anywhere near directly onto it without protecting the surface. But we'll come on to that, because I didn't actually press as I went, because I starched all my fabrics initially.
So that saved you having to press
a bit like the other June Taylor Quilt As You Go. She always recommends starching them, because then you can finger press as you go, so you don't have to press it until the end, until it's all covered. Yeah.
So we've got those starch sprays actually that we had. Yesterday we launched a brand new Quilt As You Go as well, and there are 3 different Marianne and Best Press sprays. These are starch sprays, as Angie was just saying. You put it straight onto the fabric, then you can finger press. It gives you that nice crisp finish, but also you can use it for dressmaking or just to make your clothes, like cuffs and collars, nice and crisp. So there's a lavender option, so that's the first one on your screen at the moment. Then we've got a scent-free option, and we've also got, this is my favourite, fresh linen. I love the smell of this. Whenever I'm just going to have to do it, because I always do. Have to have the smell.
My ironing board's gorgeous now.
I love the smell of that one. Linen fresh. It's lovely. So 3 different options there if you do want those. Okay. So how do we get started with this?
As you just you showed earlier, the image on the front of the packet shows these lovely patterned fabrics. It's worked in panels of fabrics.
Yeah.
And the instructions tell you that you need 5 different fabrics, and it's roughly about 1/3 of a yard for each. So we've got 1/2 metre of each, so you'll have some left over. So you'll have plenty, you're not going to be short. And for me, when I looked at this project, obviously we're demonstrating it with plains today, but for me, what sprung to mind working on it is for ladies out there that have made themselves a quilt for their bedroom or for someone else's bedroom, if you've got fabric left over, it would be quite nice to actually incorporate that into a little rug for by the side of the bed.
So it ties in to the quilt on the bed.
Or you may have made cushions for your conservatory, sort of chair cushions, and then you could make a little rug
that matches
with
that's
any
the thing
fabric
as well.
you've
Quite
got.
often if you're making something, if you've bought a fabric, you know, like a designer fabric and it's a busy print, you're not going to necessarily find something in the shops that matches that. So if you want to keep the theme through to the floor, then it's, you know, it's a great option for that.
And if you love making and love patchwork anyway, then this is a nice smaller project to go with that bigger project.
That's the thing as well about Quilt As You Go generally, is that it just is a much speedier process because you're not having to figure out placement, you're not having to figure out where you're going to put different fabrics. You literally follow the numbers that are printed onto the backing, and really you quite quickly, you know, establish a quilt. And you do have the option to step it up a level, like you've actually added.
Yeah, I was just going to say that if you've got a pattern fabric, consider fussy cutting, because obviously you've got, you know, deliberate sections here.
Yes.
So like with this one where there's a circular pattern on, they wouldn't have wanted to have had half of that circle.
No.
So if you're fussy cutting, you know, consider the pattern, and you might need a little bit more fabric for pattern fabric because you have to consider some wastage with that. I'm demonstrating it here with just plain strips, but on the one I made at home, I thought actually this is quite nice. You could do as much or as little patchwork as you like.
Yeah.
So I took all of the colours that I'd been sent and put them in, you know, did sort of strips of them and then chopped them up into the different widths.
And then went on to the
and then
numbers.
Placed them, So I sort of cut strips from the bolt, joined them all into long strips, and then and then cut them because this middle one's 7 inches, this is 5 inches. So I made a big panel of stripy fabric, if you like, and then chopped it up into.
So this actually was strips that you could take from. That was one big long.
That was one
section.
big piece, yeah.
So that's not individually having to be put together.
No.
That's
so
clever.
So if you do it like that, then I just flipped these two around the opposite way to that one.
That reminds me of like sweeties.
Yeah.
It's like,
it's very sherbety.
It's like sherbet colours.
And very good instructions, as always, with these Quilt As You Go kits that we get. They give you all the dimensions, everything that you need to
all of that
cut out.
Sort of numbered diagram.
You've got a diagram there of the actual backing and how it all works. So it's really, really clever. The one thing to point out with this one, unlike the others where we're working with 1/4-inch seams, this is 1/2-inch seams.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? Just different?
I think it's probably because it's to be a little bit more robust. If you're going to be treading on it, a 1/4-inch seam is quite skinny. And obviously, if this was to have a lot of wear, same with dressmaking, we have bigger seams in dressmaking, don't we? Because
to give it a bit
just so that things don't pull apart when they're under pressure or anything like that. That can be laundered afterwards.
Yeah.
So she just recommends that if you are going to wash it afterwards, that you pre-wash all your fabrics. I know we've all got different
views
on whether to pre-wash. I never pre-wash.
Some people do. Just difference in opinion.
So, the recommendation in the instructions is to pre-wash. You know, because then obviously as a floor rug, it probably will get washed. So,
but it's funny, isn't it? Because the gut reaction when you say, "Oh, you're going to do a quilted rug," is you can't tread on a quilt. Like you can't put that on the floor. But actually, you know, this backing isn't quilted as a normal quilt would be. It's not wadding. It's not. It's a different batting. And also, if you just want to add something soft to the floor, perhaps if you've got a wooden floor, if you want to tie it through decor-wise, you said, to match cushions or a quilt that you've already made, then you have the option to do that with this.
Because, like you say, then you could do. I mean, I've just done simple stripes on that, but you could really go to town with the patchwork.
Or if you had a fat quarter, you know, if you had a patterned fabric that you said you've kept one for a while.
I've had one for 18 months, which I never buy fabric without a purpose. Usually,
do you not? You're really good. Disciplined.
I'm not a normal quilter. No. I know quilters say you're not a quilter if you do that. I am quite disciplined with fabric, but I did buy some beautiful fabric that's got some like moths printed on, They're quite large, and I haven't found the right purpose for it yet. But I was thinking about this, you know, to be fussy cut into something like this would just be
because,
gorgeous.
as we were saying, because it's big sections
Large
in the rug,
piecing.
you get to actually showcase the fabric. So if you did have a busy fabric that you wanted to pop into the middle, but you really want to, you want to show it off. It's almost framing those fabrics, isn't it? Within those stripes in the
you might enjoy. You might have a lovely design of hand piecing, paper piecing. So you could do a panel of paper piece bit just in one section of it, or something like that.
Any of those
tie in. You can use any type of fabrics. We're using obviously quilting cottons here. You can use upholstery fabrics, canvas.
So it's slightly thicker if you want a little bit more, durability.
Anything with a bit of pile to it, even, some sort of a velvet or something like that.
And also underneath you can put the non-grip slip if you want to. Obviously if you're worried about it being on carpet, I'm sure it would be fine. But if you're putting it on maybe a hardwood floor or a laminate, then you can adhere those to the bottom of this and stop it from being too slippy. So how do we start this then?
So as I said, the instructions give you all the dimensions to cut all the strips, so that's really easy. I've gone along and stitched half of them down here because I'd like to get as far as possible in the hour today. So these are my strips left for the other side, and you'll see here that I've marked my half-inch seam allowance onto it, because we don't generally we don't have half-inch foot. Because we've got a backing that we're stitching onto, we can't see the markings on the plate. So even if you've got
no guide,
you've got no guide for this half-inch. So she just recommends that you mark the half-inch on the back of all these pieces. I've used the soft chalk sew line. These rotary very fine chalk pencils are superb for very fine markings. They've got quite a nice soft.
You get a nice accurate line because it's a fine nib, isn't it?
Yeah, so they're great for that. And then once they're all marked and starched, then it's like a bit of preparation. But
how do you use the starch spray, just for someone that's not used it before?
So you can either spray when the fabric's quite large, like in the half-metre section. I cut all these sections first, then I laid them on the ironing board. Spray all over, just lightly. Don't get your iron out straight away, just let it settle into the fabric just for a couple of minutes, and then press. And you can double press, actually.
Really?
Sometimes with the Quilt As You Go ones, then I've gone back and done a second application,
just
and it just makes it a bit softer.
Really slick. And
depends how pressed you are for time. No pun intended.
Double press. We're pressing all over the place this morning. Let's press on. So next, so you've marked on your half-inch seam allowance
on the back of the fabric. Because these go right sides together, obviously. And as you can see, it is numbered. So this would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But just for speed today, I've gone in one direction. I don't think it matters for this. Normally, when we're quilting, we quilt from the centre and work equally out. But there's not that much to shift here, so it doesn't really matter.
Because they're big panels, you're okay to just sort of do that.
And you've got nothing, not too many layers basted. So the lines on the actual backing are placement lines, they're not stitch lines.
Right.
So it's a bit different to foundation piecing. And don't worry if you can see this one here, it's slightly inside the markings, but when it's folded over. But because we've got that half-inch seam allowance, that's all going to be absolutely fine. I think if you were on a quarter-inch seam allowance, you'd be worried about that, and that's obviously why they've done it, because if it was under load, underfoot, then that would be put under pressure. So we place this along the line.
And when you're saying that's a placement line, so the half-inch seam allowance that you've marked on your fabric isn't what you line up with the backing. You line up the edge of the fabric with the line. Yeah,
it's cut to that size. And I'm just pinning through. It's good to have a mat underneath. Don't scratch your dining room table.
No,
because obviously this is quite thick, the backing, and so you need some good quilting pins to be able to just hold that in position. It's not going to go too far. And if you do have an extension table on your machine, quite handy,
is the time to use it.
To have it out, because this is a bit
Do you know no one ever uses these on the show? I don't think I've ever seen anybody use an extension table on their sewing machine.
Well, I actually had it put on for the first time a few weeks ago when I did my quilt. I did some westerly quilting rulers, demonstrating it for that. And so today I requested it. I said, can I have my table? Can we have the extension table, please?
It just gives you a little bit more room to play with, doesn't it?
Because this is quite, it's quite a big piece of fabric, then it's just going to help support that. So because I've marked my 1/2 inch seam, it's all very easy.
You're not doing it blind.
Not doing it blind. I've actually got my line there. And I've put the walking foot on, not necessarily, you know, if you haven't got one, it doesn't mean to say that you don't, you know, you can't do this project.
Yeah.
Because we're not actually quilting. But sometimes with trickier fabrics, the walking foot can be really useful for that. So because this is a bit rubberized and a bit sticky, it can stick sort of to the bed of the machine. So the walking foot will aid that.
Can manage it a bit
process.
better rather than your normal.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to just help move it along. You see, this is dragging a little bit on the inside, and then you're supporting, obviously, the weight on that side as you're putting it through. So just take your time with it.
Quilt As You Go, these always sell out when they're on the show. They are so, so popular. And this is the first time that we've ever had a DIY rug. So it's a do-it-yourself rug to put on the floor, following that Quilt As You Go process that June Taylor always does. So the backing is marked with exactly where you're going to lay your fabric onto it. It's not a wadding or a batting in terms of, you know, having any sort of thick loft to it. It's not sort of squidgy and soft as you would for quilting. This is a backing that you can use for a rug. So it's got all of those marks on there. And the finished quilt size is 24 inches by 36 inches. And again, what you could do, which people often do with Quilt As You Go, is they multi-buy. So you could attach 2 of these together.
Yes.
So this one on the wall, you could double it, you know, make a bigger rug if you wanted to.
That was a good idea of yours this morning, yeah? When you said that, you said, oh,
I can make this bigger.
I quite like 2 of these.
Yeah, and well, that's the thing, because once you've taken that edge off, if you wanted to make it slightly, you know, larger, depends on the size of your room as well, doesn't it? I guess the scale of where you want to put the rug.
So just take the pins out of there now, and then you can just push that back and give that a finger press, and it really doesn't need ironing until the end.
Okay.
Because it's got a little bit of body to it with that lovely starch press.
Does make a difference, actually.
It does.
So you can buy the kit, the DIY rug kit on its own. It's $15.95. That's on your screens at the moment. If you just want to add your own fabric to that, like Angie said, she's got some moth fabric that she's been desperate. She's waited and waited for a project to use it for. So perhaps if you want to do that and you want just the kit itself, then you can buy it in isolation, or you can buy it with fabric options. So like this is my favourite fabric bundle of this hour, with these lovely bright pinks and purples. This one here is your forest bundle. So you can see there you've got your charcoal, you've got your steely grey, damson, orchid, forests, lots of lovely purples and pinks. DBGC27. Is that the most popular one at the moment? It is the most popular. I thought it might be.
Which one?
This purple.
This one.
It's gorgeous. It's just really vibrant, isn't it? And lovely.
A nice collection, actually. So I'm just going ahead and doing the next row, if you like.
So once you're starting to lay the fabric into place, obviously you've covered the line. Do you know what I mean? Like you've covered that line that you would use. So are you then using the edge of your fabric to lay the next one in place?
You could actually see.
You'd fold it back.
Sometimes it shows, like there we're inside again.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's over, but you can just sort of, you know, have a sneaky peek. If you can't see it, you can, and you just lay that as close as you can up against there. Like you say, there is a bit of give with that
half inch.
With the half inch, so that you're not going to be in any difficulty.
So you don't have to be super fussy with accuracy there. So actually, this is probably a great one for a beginner as well. If you've not quilted before,
yes, because of that half inch, it's not quite so tricky. Thank you. It's a strange fabric, isn't it? But I think it would be
very different.
Really
as you said,
good.
It's hard to describe actually without feeling it. But maybe you're right. You know the curtain
lining,
the
blackout lining.
I'm
sure blackout lining's got that sort of a little bit rubberized texture to it. You need to invite a friend round.
Someone just to hold it aside like this and just do a little.
Yeah, that's right.
The glamorous assistant, or not so glamorous assistant, holding the rug.
Oh, I've gone off my line there terribly. Let's have a look. Try and get back on it. Can go slightly inside, obviously, the half inch. Just try and keep that straight. We'll have a look to see if that looks too bendy, and then I can go back over.
So you also get your thread in the bundle, so you've got 2.5 meters of fabric in that deep forest bundle, as well as the thread and the batting or the backing for the rug itself, with all of those marks already on there.
I can press this one.
Really, this should be rug as you go, shouldn't it?
It's more like, well, I always think with the quilt as you go anyway, it's a bit like, I will just stitch. I'm going to just come inside that line a bit. I've got a little bit too much fabric there, so I'm just going to go back and go over that. It's more like a foundation piecing.
Yes.
But the only difference is with foundation piecing, you do stitch on the line.
So with this, you're using the line for the placement as opposed to the stitching.
That's right. So I'm just going to start it about there and just stitch inside. So you say it's not, if you make an error or go a bit wobbly, it's not too difficult to write.
So the next most popular colour bundle is the Country Walk. So that was the one that had the forest green, and it's got the port, and it's also got you know, a bit more of an earthy feel to that bundle, with your taupes and sort of natural tones there with your chocolate and mocha and cappuccino. Again, coming with the DIY rug backing and your thread as well. COG, COGC 53. Again, that one's $33.95, but that's second after our purple. So that's people maybe, again, thinking autumn perhaps. I don't know, depends on the colour theme maybe in your house.
What I was saying, because we've got the lovely coloured threads, obviously you'd use that on the top. To go with your fabrics that you're using, and have a neutral in the bottom.
Okay. Why is that? Just so you...
Because then it's not so obvious.
Yeah.
So most of us have got sort of a cream or a white in our sewing boxes, haven't we?
I'm sure we do.
Less likely less likely to have a lovely plum or something. So you can use. I'm using white cream on the top as well today, just to show where I'm stitching, but yeah, that's why you've got the lovely thread in your bundles to match. So I'm just going to continue in this vein until we've got all these down. You can see how easy it is.
It's very quick, you know, quite quickly you start to, because as well these are larger panels.
Yes.
You know, obviously if you've done the strips, as you said, if you wanted to add those additional strips,
yes,
but you quite quickly start to form a very sizable project because you're adding, you know, large strips of fabric.
Yeah, it's like much bigger than patchwork pieces. I can pull this off the edge of the desk so I can reach. You just have to be careful where you've got obviously a set of pins underneath holding the bottom one down.
Yeah, so you don't want a double pin over there.
So just because, and just try and keep them, I'm keeping them away from the edge because of the machine. Don't want the machine to hit these huge quilting pins. Should be there so we can go in between.
But also you could mix and match, you know, solids and design fabrics. You could make it like a frame. You could just use that external. That's almost like a double binding, if you can see here, because you've got this the normal binding just there. Panel. You could have that as a frame, and then you could have different, you know, showcase different fabrics in the actual central sections. You could actually, if you've got sort of, you know, like say that fabric I bought that. Moths.
You don't even have to go with the strips. You could have one big piece and then border it.
Yeah. Because like a frame to put on the wall almost.
This is going to make it sort of more robust. You know, the idea of this fabric is not only with the pattern on it, but it's to make it really robust on the floor.
It's almost like a very thick, like an interfacing or it's doing that heavy, job. It's serving that purpose of
very heavy duty. So.
Producer Paul said some would say it's making it rugged.
He's been dying to come up with that all morning, hasn't he?
I'm sure. He's been thinking about that for the last 10 minutes.
Chuckling to himself. That's brilliant.
We've also got some spot-on fabrics as well, if you want to use those for, you know, for framing the rug, or if you want to use that in different panels. And we have 3 different colour options for those this morning. I'll show you those in a second.
So I'm back and forth with this. Feels very like I'm taking over the set today with this big piece. I'm not used to working on such a big.
But also compared to normal quilting, there's a lot less tools, isn't there? Like there's not as much measuring. There's not as much. You know, you don't have to do as much. Basically,
it's very easy strips off the bolt. Not keep pressing in between. Lots of. We have got some pinning, but it's not accurate pinning. So, yeah, it soon comes together, as you can see.
It's amazing how flat that starch spray has helped to make that. Like you say, you really don't need to press that as you're going. It's not, you know, it's not like you're skimping on a step or
on
a phase.
process, no. So it's just easier to not risk putting your iron next to this rubberized. And the last one, before the frame goes on, exactly the same manner.
Again, your 1/2 metre seam allowance, placing that on the edge.
On the edge of the blue line, we can just see that on the design. Feel where your pins are and go in between. That's actually, like you say, I've never seen these kits before.
No, it's just something very new.
Quite a nice idea, because I know a lot of ladies make bed quilts, so, you know, to go with their decor, like you say, at home.
Or even if you've over-ordered on fabric. This is 2.5 metres of fabric for this quilt, so perhaps if you have done a massive quilt,
yes,
it is quite possible that you'll have 5 fabrics where you've got around 1/2 metre left of them,
yeah,
and you had fabric left over actually from the 2.5 metre bundle.
Yes. Yeah.
So, you know, if you have got those fabrics there and you're looking for a project but you want to tie it in with the decor of the quilt that you've got in your room, or perhaps thrown over the back of the settee or sofa.
Yeah.
This one at the moment is the deep forest quilt. So you can see there with those orchids and damsons, that one's my favourite colour palette of the morning. Please do check out your baskets, don't miss missing out on these, or give the call centre a ring, 0800 112 4433. And you're getting, that does include the backing, that does include the DIY rug, you know, all of the printed backing as well. It's not just for your fabric and your thread. So it's a kit for everything. Yeah. All you need is a sewing machine and some pins.
That's the last one. Down.
But how quickly is that? So probably 20 minutes? You've done half of that, and then you've already done half?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Once you
say it's not too difficult. Nice if you want a nice... Sometimes we like tricky projects, don't we? And then sometimes we just want to make something quickly.
Quick.
Yeah, so it depends what mood you're in. So that's all down. The instructions at this point tell you to go straight onto the...
frame,
frame. But what you might want to do is to secure these edges just down.
Okay.
So which ones go on next, actually?
10, so that top one.
Oh, okay, so this one's going to go down. I think when I did it, I just decided to stitch inside the 1/2 inch seam allowance, just to hold those down, but it depends. If they're nicely pinned down like that, you could just do that just to keep them secure. We'll keep them pinned for now. So I decided to go with all my berry colours in the centre for this one.
Berries. This is like a berry smoothie, isn't it? I love it.
And the greys are going to be our frame. So we should have 2 longer pieces and 2 shorter pieces. We'll try and fathom out which ones are which. I think these are the longer ones, aren't they?
Half the stock of this has gone, so please, if you do want to check out your baskets, TBGC27, that's for the deep forest quilt.
So again, placement mark. So we place it right sides together. I have my 1/2 inch seam allowance already marked on here. So I'm going to stitch along here, and then this will fold back, and I shall do that process on 10 and 11 on opposite sides, and then we go on
onto the ends
at 12 and 13 onto there. So I'll just keep
going.
I
like actually that you've kept all of those forest ones in the middle, because then it is, the grey's like a frame.
Yeah,
isn't it? It's like a picture frame of what's.
Yeah. It was actually. I don't know, it was quite interesting to try and think about how you might use them.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, I think any way would work, but it was...
Because you've got the same amount of fabric of all, you know, you've got the 1/2 metre of all of them, so it literally is just where you choose to do it. That's actually, interestingly, this would look so different if you had maybe that dark charcoal in the centre, and then you started to move the light grey out, or, you know, you can play with that.
Very different, yeah, and I think that's what I... struggled with almost, not that any of them would have been a problem, because I think they all work, because they all go lovely together. It was just too much choice almost. Where? Trying to think, which way shall I put these then? So you can play around. And as I say, with the one that I decided to do a bit of patchwork on, because we have more than enough fabric for this, that was, you know, okay to do that, because I used I think the binding fabric.
Yes.
In these panels and here,
and
so obviously I used the most of that one, but still had a tiny bit left of that. So there is enough, depending on how you want
stash, if you want something for binding or whatever.
Right, so I'll just keep going.
Once you start on this one, I'll just show those other fabrics so you can see the other colour options,
and then carry on while you're running through, because it'd be really nice to show the binding.
Because it was a slightly different technique.
To finishing the binding. So like to do that.
So quick. I mean, admiration. Honestly, you should see how slow I am. Actually, I'm literally like.
I am trying to go speedy to get as much done for the viewers on there. So the walking foot does help, though. You can see how much it's moving the helping to move the fabric. So
it's just keeping it even, isn't it? As it feeds through, it's stopping it from sort of pulling, and because it does have that sort of slightly plasticky feel to the bottom of that, just keeping them moving.
There we go. Actually, I'm cutting those threads, but bearing in mind that short snip now is going to be on the back end there. When I made mine, what I always do with quilt as you go is pull it through to the inside, and then it's trapped in the next seam.
Clever. That's clever.
But for speed today,
rather than it being out and loose at the back.
Rather than being out and loose at the back. Obviously, that will be stitched down into the next seam, and then you could nip those off. But it's still a more robust seam to pull it through.
To encapsulate it and have it in the front.
And chopping them off. So I don't have a scissor button on my
a chop.
My old Benina at home. So I use it here. It is handy.
So while you just repeat that on the other side, we'll just fold that one back so you can start to sieve it. Annie's just going to repeat that on the bottom.
That should look quite nice, shouldn't it?
Yeah,
on that
I
frame.
like the grey.
And then
I'm really liking that. And darker.
The dark
it reads like
on the outside.
a depth, creating a depth. Ooh.
So I'll carry on. Yes.
Okay, I'll let Angie carry on. Let's just look at those other colour options. So the one that Angie's been working with is that Forest Fruits. That's the one you've been seeing sort of throughout the morning. So that's this bundle here. 1/2 metre of all of these. You've got your damson, your orchid. You've got lovely deep pinks and purples, and then also your charcoal and light grey, which we're using to frame the strips in the middle there. And a lovely purpley thread there too. And that's paired in that bundle with the backing, with that pre-printed backing, so everything you need there to make the rug. TBGC27 is the Deep Forest Quilt Bundle. You can buy it on its own if you've got your own fabric in your stash, or you've got fabric that you'd like to use with it and you just want the pattern itself. Then the DIY rug kit, you can just buy that as a backing like this. You can just see that there. This is $15.95. The finished one is 24 inches by 36 inches. We are running low on stock on this one, so if people also multi-buying to make this a slightly bigger quilt, perhaps if you want to go for a 48 inches by 72, obviously you buy 2 of those and make a slightly larger quilt there. But everything printed on the back there for your construction, you just have to add your fabric. EGEQ89 is your item number just for the kit itself, for the backing itself. So if you do want to just perhaps buy the kit on its own and add some fabrics, we've got some fabrics that aren't bundled, some spotty ones. So some options here for classic playful polka dots, but these are being sold off the bolt, so you can buy as much or as little. Are these 1/2 metres? Yes, are being cut off the bolt for you. So you can have as much or as little as you want of this. This is the spot-on raspberry from Makawa, that deep, rich, purpley. Actually, that would go beautifully with the Forest Fruits bundle, but I won't confuse things. GKMY92. So as much or as little as you'd like of that. Perhaps you'd want to use that for the frame if you've got a busy pattern in the middle and you want to edge it. Then we've got a dusty purple, again being sold by the 1/2 metre, cut off the bolt. This one's called Mauve. So you've got that lovely, again, 100% cotton from Makawa with your dots. And I hate to say it, but that's another one that would go really beautifully with that Deep Forest bundle if you wanted to introduce a spot. FTMY04 for Mauve. And we've also got a grey option there. That lovely soft grey, which actually we saw in the Stormy Sky bundle in the hour before. This is your still grey spot on. UIMY21, again from Makawa, $4.95. But the other fabric bundles that we have that are paired with the backing itself, so that was the forest one that we're working with at the moment. The next most popular, is it still the country one? Country Walk. So this one here is a much more earthy feel, or more rugged, as producer Paul keeps saying. So this one here is your ports, your forest greens. It's got chocolate mocha and your latte in this bundle as well. So look at that nice, deep, earthy colours. Quite a nice masculine feel to that bundle as well, paired with your mushroom thread. And again, with the back, that comes with all of your backing as well. COGC53 for Country Walk. Next up is your blue option. So you've got three different blues, and you've got more sort of a soft pearly grey and an antique white in this bundle here, but cornflower blue, pearl blue, and also a nice sort of sky blue here as well with your threads. Again, with the backing, DAGC 84, and that's for ocean waves. Finally, if you've had your eye on the one on the wall this morning, then this is the softer bundle with some nice soft pinks, peachy and sort of nice creams and greys coming through in this palette. This one's called Beach Days. So you've got your flamingo, your soft pastel pinks, and your creams and buttermilks there. CYGC 23 with the backing and the thread. So let's get back to Angie. We're doing our frame. Oh, it's building. It's building, it's building.
It's getting the one end on now, yeah. So we can see it coming together.
That was a good call, doing the frame in the grey. I like that. I really like that. It's sort of cute. I like that we've kept all the pinks and purples in one place and then edged it. It's kind of like a double binding almost because of that frame around the edge.
What we'd call a sashing. Sort of like a sashing, or like a framing. You're absolutely right. They're like sashing strips almost.
It's like a window, isn't it? So this is what's peeping through the window and this is your frame.
Yeah, that's right. Some very bent pins in this pin cushion today.
I wonder who's been using those.
Yes, I keep pulling it out thinking, oh. But the trouble is we put them back in, don't we? And
yeah, rather than
bend one and put them back in. There we go.
So also those best press sprays we've been using this morning. June Taylor always recommends using a starch spray with all of her Quilt As You Go projects. So we premiered that Casablanca placemats Quilt As You Go yesterday, and today is the rug. And the starch sprays are from Marielle, and we have 3 different options. So 3 different scents. Well, actually 1 scent free, depending on if you want to add a fragrance. Oh, what we dropped there.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. If you want to add a scent to the starch spray. So just allowing you to then finger press rather than having to keep getting the iron out. And with this, the rug kit, you don't apply heat directly to this backing. So, you know, the starch spray allowing you to still get that crisp finish. So the fresh linen is my favourite scent, and that's this one on the end here. We'll get that one up on your screens. But all of these here in a nice clear plastic bottle, so you can see how much you've got left in the back, and an easy pump spray. So
goes a long way, actually. I've had a bottle at home for some time now, and it's still over. You know, for quite a few projects that I've done on air, and I've still got at least half, maybe more.
I remember Lucy Brown saying, just be generous, but I think she liked the smell, just spritzing away. But yeah, so they're 170ml. That's the fresh linen one on your screens at the moment, RDEQ08. There's also a lavender one, we'll put that through, and a scent free. So if perhaps you don't want to add a fragrance, maybe you don't want a nice smelling rug, you can go for a scent free version.
It's nice with the starch spray with patchworking sometimes. If you've had to undo piecing several times, if you've got something wrong, the fabric gets flimsier and flimsier, and so sometimes I've used a starch spray to re-put that body back in the fabric, so actually, you know...
It starts to give it a bit more shape again rather than
gives it the shape back again, so that you've got a chance of getting that accurate point or whatever you've unpicked.
If you've had a disastrous morning where it's all gone.
Absolutely.
I think it's knowing about these things, isn't it? Or even, you know, knowing what to use them for, or you might have seen
starch spray seems so old-fashioned in the modern day, doesn't it? So
and you associate it with all that white residue that you just think, oh no.
And uncomfortable, yes. It's not like that at all. There we go. There's my collar sticking up from me. Thank you.
Oh, we're there with that frame.
I'll just pin this back, and then we can start to put the binding on. If we don't get all the way around, at least I'll be able to just
show how it
loosely show how the end works, because it's the end of the binding that's a different technique to what I've used previously, and I've actually started to. I'm binding some samples for Festival at the moment, and I've actually tried it out on a few.
You're liking the new technique?
Yeah, I am actually.
Was this in the instructions that come with the kit? So that's where you got the idea.
Yeah, I say because we're all the same. We all just go with what we learn in the beginning, aren't we? It's the same with when we talk about equipment. When you buy equipment, I was saying to my to my ladies yesterday. I didn't know about creative grids when I first started quilting,
No.
and so you buy what's available to you, and then sometimes you have to rebuy.
When you realise there actually is something that's going to make your life a lot easier. It's routine, isn't it? It's habit. It's like anything. If you've got something, you know, why change the habit of a lifetime if you've always done it that way and it's worked? But you can
some things
really
you get
shorten.
right and you stick with that forever, and other times you hear a good tip or see some other equipment. And I was saying I got my Alpha. I bought Alpha right from the beginning with my rotary cutter, so I've never had to change there, so that's good. So we've got that all on now, so you can see it coming together.
I can see the frame there. So you can just see, actually, you can see in that angle where it's at the moment, we're doing like a double demo, like a... but you do start to really frame those strips in the middle.
Yeah.
And this white section here, in case you're wondering, this comes off, you know, you cut this away, don't you? You don't leave that. So in fact, we're going to do that now, but this is just making it slightly easier when you're applying the strips in the first place.
That's right. So once you've got all that in place, you could give it a little press at this point or leave, you know...
Yeah, because obviously you've got fabric on there now.
Yeah.
We're safe to press.
So you can safely press that. And we're just going to trim back. The guides at the ends, they've gone slightly over there so that you can actually line the ruler up as well. So if your fabric is sitting over these lines,
so you can see.
You've got those guidelines to line up. So we're going to quickly trim this off.
And you're okay just with regular, well, you're going to use a rotary cutter for this?
I am.
Okay.
I'm going to just put it at that angle as well because of the mat. Unless can I spin the mat around?
Yeah, of course you can.
I'll move that out of the way. I am creating havoc with the size of this
piece. I was just going to say, if you use fabric scissors, are you okay to use that on this fabric? That'll be fine. That won't cause any...
Yeah, absolutely. If you're more comfortable with scissors, I think so. It's not sort of too papery. What I am going to do, I think, is just remove those. They're going to play havoc with my...
Keeping it flat.
Keeping my ruler flat at the moment, so I'm just going to line that up on there. And again, this is where you could just baste the edges of this down because these are loose.
Yeah.
Rather than having those pins, you could just whiz round with the sewing machine.
Because that's what you did on the end of the forest colours, didn't you, on the edge of those?
Yeah. So you could just baste that in place then to make it a little bit easier, that they're not going to shift when you're applying your binding. I can just move the ruler up as we go. Oh, there's a nice sharp new blade in there. The last time I was on air with this one, I think it was a bit blunt.
Needed changing, needed updating.
So I was pressing really hard, and then I could tell that was a new blade then. Lovely. We don't change our blades often enough, usually.
I think you always think, don't you, well, I've got the tool, like that's it, I don't need to change it or update it. Or... Do you want to take those pins out again?
Well, yes, I think we will. Makes it a bit tricky. Actually, I'll give you the pin cushion and you can pop those in for me. That'd be great, thank you.
I'll bend them for you.
That's obviously where someone's gone with the machine.
Oh, that's how you bend them.
Unless they're, unless you're pinning something very heavy duty, it's normally where the machine's hit.
Oh, they are quite bent, actually.
Yeah, they are. Someone's been knitting with them. They're quite chunky.
Has anybody made it? Send us in if you've done quilt as you go. What's been your experience of it? Have you enjoyed it? Have you found it easy? Perhaps it was an introduction to quilting for you.
I keep catching myself.
If you've got any questions for Angie, then message them in. You can do that on the website or studio@sewingquarter.com.
I was going to say, what sort of feedback, because like you say, this rug is new to us,
new
isn't
to us.
it?
We do a lot of the quilting with the wadding. The quilters you go with batting where you're quilting a traditional quilt. But, what do you think of the rug idea?
I wonder if anyone out there's already got their, a bed quilt in progress and is already thinking, yep,
I'll do a rug.
I can do one of those to match. Be nice.
Could you bear to stand on a quilt? That was my very first knee-jerk reaction. I was like, would I stand on a quilt? It just seems so disrespectful.
Yeah,
but this is made for, for that. So
great for kids' rooms actually as well. So if you've got
or playrooms,
playrooms, and you can have fun with some children's fabrics. Thank you. How am I doing for time? Am I going to get the binding?
Yeah, you've got about 10 minutes.
Okay. So you can just...
Why is rotary cutting so satisfying? Do you not just think it is really It is really satisfying process.
I don't even think about it now. I do so much of it.
Just
probably.
go.
But for you, probably, it's nice to...
Compared to scissors, it's just...
No, it is. It's much quicker, isn't it? And I'm more accurate than scissors in this scenario.
Where it's all straight lines as well, when you're doing stripes, and all the frame works really well. This is the forest bundle. So this is in your bundle you get the backing, so everything marked, the backing on that June Taylor rug backing, and also you get all of these forest colours you can see in the central panels. You've got 1/2 metre of all of those, 1/2 metre of this grey that we've used for the frame, but you could use it, mix and match it if you wanted to. And now we're going to do the binding. This fabric's also in that bundle as well. TBGC 27, really popular this morning, $33.95.
There we go. So then we move on to the binding, and I think I was just going to check on the size of it actually. I think we need something like 132 inches.
Yeah, it's 132 inches.
Is it? And the one thing I will point out with the Quilt As You Go June Taylor kits, for my liking, the binding's always a little bit tight.
Okay.
For size. So I followed the instructions for this one. It tells you to cut 3-inch strips, which normally I'd cut a 2.5-inch strip, but I'd only be using a 1/4 inch seam.
Oh, okay.
So this was a 3-inch strip, and then with 1/2 inch seam, when you come to fold it back round to meet your other stitch line, I found it a little tight for my liking. I prefer to have a little bit more fabric there. So I've actually cut this one 3 1/4.
Oh, so you're maintaining the 1/2 inch seam allowance for the binding. So that's why, that makes sense.
So yes, it's all 1/2 inch seams throughout the whole project. So yeah, but that's not that you've got enough fabric there to cut your binding a little bit wider. So I think it's about it was about 3 1/2 strips from your bolt.
Okay.
Stitch them together just as you would normally. If I try and find a seam just to show people if they've not, there's a seam, a join. So I've cut this at 3 1/4 inch wide, joined my strips, and then this was the process that was new to me. Viewers out there may do this all the time. They're going to be messaging in now. I always leave my binding square at the ends. With some projects, you might want to continue with a square seam on your binding. These are square, obviously, as you go. If you've got a quilt with lots of angles, then maybe you'd want an angle
to keep that
the
diagonal
sort of going. But I quite liked the finishing process. So then, when this is a strip, the way I remembered which way to cut the angle as well. So with the wrong side of the seam facing up, this has been cut at a 45-degree angle.
Okay.
With the long side on the left here, you can see which way that goes, because that is quite important, which way you work out which way that goes. And then I've pressed a little seam, so you've pressed the raw edge over. Doesn't have to be a particular 1/4 inch or 1/2 inch, just as long as it's tucked in. Before then, you press this in half, as you would for normal binding. We then press it wrong sides together.
Yeah.
And what it creates is this lovely enclosed almost little pocket. I have snipped the end off, the dog ear off that. So start anywhere on one edge, part way down a side. And
part way down?
Part way, always start sort of, never at an
corner.
end. Sort of halfway down one of the sides. And normally if you're binding a quilt, you normally apply this to the top side. And so this little bit of a difference as well is we apply it to the back side.
Right, this is actually very different to how I've seen binding done.
So I'm just going to pop, shall I pop a couple of pins in? This is where you may have wanted to have basted this in place, do you know what I mean?
Just right to the edge?
Yeah, because it would a little zigzag or just a little stitch inside the 1/4 inch seam allowance.
We've got about 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Just so you know.
Right.
We'll get one side done.
I've pinned the wrong side now. Well, if I can explain, I will carry on stitching, but what I want to explain is you put it on the back side and apply it as you would a binding. When we get to the mitered corners, we start stitching away from the open pocket. So we can start a little bit here.
Yeah.
And we'll stitch down to the end and stop 1/2 inch, whatever your seam allowance is. So it's 1/2 inch on this. So we're going to stop 1/2 inch from the end, and we'll create our mitered corners just as you would if you were doing a normal quilt. So you do your mitered corner. You can hold this in place with a little wonder clip and then continue stitching your 1/2 inch. Continue that all the way around. Just hold that in place. And what I want to explain is once you've done that on every corner, because you take it out of the machine to fold it and then pop it back into the machine at the next one. When you get all the way around the edge, just in case I do run out of time. Ravel. So you've put this all the way around and you come to your end. What I like about this technique is, so we started stitching a little way away from here. When you come round to the end...
I know what's going to happen.
You can tuck this inside. You'll have more than you need. So you can lay it, stitch down until you capture that ending, so that's secure. And then you can nip off just with a little overlap, but then you'll tuck it inside. Tuck it inside there.
And it's going to hide it all the way.
Continue stitching, and then that's just beautifully finished.
Just it sort of creates a little pocket for it because you've started the stitching. So the key to remember is when you start,
a little bit open.
You leave that open.
Yeah. So, and it does tell you to leave to start, you know, a little way down.
I like that idea.
But I normally keep this square, stitch over the top, and then I normally drag this a little bit of an angle away and stitch like this, so that because there's a lot of bulk there, when it gets folded over, you end up with the inner one showing above.
So you've got double.
So it's double. So I thought this was quite a nice way of finishing, actually, that you can just pop that inside there, and then it comes over to the other side, and it'll all be tucked inside. And as normally when you're applying a binding, you start on the front and then turn it over to the back and tack it, you know, slip stitch it down into the wadding. But because we can't slip stitch into this very easily because you don't have that volume, and because it's a rug and it'll be more robust anyway, so then when we fold this back, we can actually, that's what I'm saying about if you give yourself a little bit more width, this will come over, it'll cover up your stitch line, and then you can choose to just stitch this down with a straight stitch. I don't know if the camera will be able to get in so closely on this. I just chose a little
zigzag,
a pattern. It's not a normal zigzag. It's got a little pattern in it.
Oh yes.
But then I just chose. You could play around with any of your decorative stitches and just stitch it down because it'll be far more robust. And I think they're probably advised to stitch from the back because this is going to get the wear on the floor rather than having the stitching on the other side. So I hope that I squeezed that just in.
Just managed. But it's all very well thought out. It's all, the process there, and learn a new technique that you're now using for your quilts.
I think it's quite cute, that little tuck-in process, that little pocket.
Lovely,
all nice and neat.
A little envelope for it.
Yeah,
that's lovely. Thank you so much, Lisa. We've nearly just reached the end of that Forest Fruits Quilt As You Go rug there. And when are you back in? Back in again soon?
The 16th. So I'm at Festival of Quilts next week. Come and say hi. I'm on the cotton patch stand with the Westerly rulers. Come and have a play, and I'll be back the Wednesday after festival on the 16th.
Lovely. Well, thank you so much for today. I'm just going to recap those fabrics, but I'll see you outside. Oh, I've got a pin in my arm. I'll see you in those seconds. See you in a second. Let's have a look. Okay, so first of all, I'll just talk you through what's coming up on tomorrow's show. So let's have a look. John Scott's back in tomorrow morning, bright and early at 8 o'clock. So Flora and Fauna. So who's he joined by tomorrow? Jane Alcock's in tomorrow. So 8 a.m, we've got quilting technique time. 9 a.m, the botanical collection. 10 a.m, nautical linen, so carrying on with those beach huts and fish and lighthouses and whales at 10 o'clock. And 11 a.m, scalloped cushion. Fantastic. So John's in at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please check out your baskets on everything we've had in the show today. We've had this lovely Forest Fruits bundle. This has been my favourite one of the 4 on offer today, with that Quilt As You Go rug, which you can buy on its own. But if you want to buy it as a kit, you've got all of those fabrics there with your thread and the Quilt As You Go rug backing with everything marked on there from Angela. But you also had the country walks option if you want more of an earthy feel, the blues and the pastels that have been on the wall today. So all of those are on the website. They're in that shopping list under the watch feed if you want to add those to your baskets. And this Quilt As You Go rug on its own is selling really quickly. So if that is in your basket, please give the call centre a ring, 0800 112 4433. Thank you so much for joining us today. If you've just bought something from Sewing Quarter for the first time, welcome to the family, and congratulations if you've managed to buy anything today, and I hope you've enjoyed the show. So Angie is back again very soon. She's at the Festival of Quilts next week, but we hope to see you back tomorrow with John Scott, joined for Flora and Fauna. Have a fantastic day. Bye.
Follow us on Twitter for more inspiration, top tips, news, and share your own creations with us.
Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order, or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com.